Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are doing a Golden Sun: The Lost Age showcase today. We did one a little bit ago. We weren't able to have both runs on that day, so we're actually having the second one today to bring you some more Golden Sun: The Lost Age. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders. Frame Fatales is game done. So close. Frame Fatales is Games Done Quick's all-women online speedrunning community. The upcoming event, Flame Fatales, will run from August 13th to 20th. The schedule is now out at gamesdonequick.com/schedule. While you're checking out the schedule, feel free to submit a prize for the event. You can use !FF in Twitch chat to submit your prizes. Also, Games Done Quick is hiring. If you have experience in website design and development and would like to help overhaul our website, or have experience in social media creation and want to help out at our live events, be sure to check out gamesdonequick.com/jobs to apply. With all that said, I'll hand it over to the runner and commentary, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hello. I'm Zadata656. I'll be running Golden Sun: The Lost Age, No Save and Quit Plus. A little bit different than the one that's Church had mentioned that we did a little bit ago. I'm going to go ahead and do some setup here, and I will let my commentator introduce himself. And you want to talk about the category a little bit as well to help out.
Yeah, so thanks, Adata. I'm Conical Flack. I also run Golden Sun: The Lost Age. I'm actually the one who did the run last week on GDQ Hotfix, so it's good to be back. This run is No Save and Quit Plus. So essentially, it's similar to what we did last week, or to what I ran last week, except things that we ban in No Save and Quit are allowed in No Save and Quit Plus. So basically, this is almost like a true No Save and Quit. The only thing we don't allow is using a password, because that kind of makes things a bit broken and not very fun. And also doing some weird out-of-bounds shenanigans in Ayers Rock to write arbitrary memory and set quest flags, because that kind of makes the game a little bit too silly. So this is really a great showcase of all of the weird glitches and crazy stuff we can do in this game. So things like getting characters we're not supposed to get and skipping huge parts of the game. We do some pretty significant sequence breaks in this category, and all of that leads to about a 2-hour time save over the standard No Save and Quit category, which is more of a no major glitches these days. So it starts off, the first thing we have to do before the timer even starts is we do our first RNG manipulation of the run, which is right now Zadata is clearing Felix and Isaac's names a bunch of times, because this advances the GRN, so the general random number, into an exact spot that we like, because a few things roll as soon as we select the characters, or as soon as we select the final character name. Specifically, the Jinn that the Golden Sun 1 party come with is super important to get, to manipulate, to get Jinn that we want, so that we can actually, beat the bosses. So I think you're ready now, Zadata?
All ready. We'll give it a little countdown here and we'll get started. So 3, 2, 1, go. And I didn't forget to mash start like Conical did last week, so off to a good start.
You're just going to do all of the things that I got wrong last week just to make me look bad, aren't you?
No. All in good jest. Yeah, starting off here though, we're just about 3 minutes of cutscene, a little bit of movement, and then some more cutscene stuff. We'll talk a little bit about lore-wise. Right now we're looking at Venus Lighthouse, which is the last dungeon from the first game, sort of named the Broken Seal, at least in the translated. Didn't actually have that title on it when it was translated over to English, as far as I'm aware. But we're just here. We got a couple people. Jenna, who we'll be using a lot, Craden, the old guy who does a lot of talking, who actually won't do that much talking, or nearly as much in this category. And then this strange blue-haired person, wonder what he's all about. We're just mash through some cutscenes here, and then unfortunately we cannot change the text speed before the game starts. So we just have to use the slow speed, but then we'll speed that up here. Yeah.
I'm firmly of the opinion that Alex is the most overrated character in the entire series. Everyone loves Alex. Oh, he's sneaky and has all his own sort of things he wants to be doing, but he never actually does anything.
Yeah, I actually haven't played through Dark Dawn. Does he actually spoilers for a 15
Nah,
minute
he's just as useless in Dark Dawn as he is in this game.
Good to know. Yeah, but we will see Alex here and then the next cutscene, and then we won't see him again because all the stuff that we skip is actually skips stuff that he is a part of. So,
oh, that's a good point, actually. I didn't realize that. We never actually see him again.
So he is even more useless and does even less in this category. But yeah, not a whole lot to talk about. I mean, there'll be some interesting move tech and menuing and other things that we'll talk about as they come up. But
yeah, so if you saw my run last week, the first sort of hour and a half of this run is identical. So up until Gabomba, this run is exactly the same as just standard no save and quit. All the same strats, all the same sort of gin we collect, all the same sort of glitches that we can do. It's all exactly the same. And then at the hour and a half mark, things start to get a little bit broken and silly, and we do some different stuff. So, are you going to beat me to Gabomba? Probably. I don't think I had a particularly good run to Gabomba last week.
There are so many things that can go wrong in the first hour and a half. Yeah. It could look, you know what, it might not even be an hour and a half. It could be an hour and 45 if things go really badly.
Yeah, it's kind of the weird thing about this game is that the first sort of half an hour or even first hour of the game can be super sketchy. It's you'd think that when we're appropriately leveled for where we are, you'd think it would be easier, but it's just so much random, annoying slowdown stuff can happen that later on when we're hilariously underleveled, it's actually safer.
Yeah, and there's I think part of the problem is that we don't really have too many tools to handle a bunch of different kind of scenarios that can pop up. We just kind of have to deal with whatever the RNG gave us and just be sad about it, keep going if you want to, or just reset because it's that bad.
Yeah, I'm not sure GDQ would like it if you reset.
We'll try not to. Well, first, and one of only showcases of Alex's true power here. If only we could
Not
do
one
this.
of. This is the only time he ever fights anyone in the entire saga.
Yeah,
and it's these like nothing Tolby guards that anyone could beat up. Although that might be the only example of like battle synergy in the world, in the overworld. Or not with the battle screen?
Yeah.
Cast and Negatio maybe, but you don't see them ever use Synergy.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the credits scene of this when the Wise One is smashing him on the ground, but that's not really much of a...
That counts.
This game does have text box choices, and some of them actually can affect mostly just what dialogue happens. This is our first game where we're just not going to say yes, we're going to say no instead. Not too many of them. And we get to see if I input the names correctly. Because if not, boy, we might have to actually reset.
Yeah, so one of the other things that name clears do is they manipulate character stats, and this is the first time we get to really have a look at that. Is that correct, Sedata?
Yes, 64 and 44.
64, 44 is correct for this category? Excellent. So that's sort of your first check, because like I said, if you get the name clears wrong, the Golden Sun 1 party come with the wrong gin, and without the correct gin, we can't do this run. So if you get it wrong, you have to reset. There's nothing you can do.
Also, for all of this initial parts right here, Conical mentioned that we set up some RNG manipulation as well. One of the other things too that we're doing is we are still manipulating RNG at this point. All of these fights, we know exactly how they're going to go if we use the exact same thing every time. So all we're doing is we're just using this Synergy fume a bunch of times on these poor workers just minding their own business in Zuala. and we know this. We're doing it this way, and we'll have one last encounter here at the end with an ant, which we're going to do a little bit inefficiently, but it's to set up what is called attacks first for the next 2 encounters afterward. So let's do a little attack there, and then a flare. And I'll kill the ant, and then we'll have 2 attacks first for our first 2 encounters.
Yeah, I think ideally this doesn't actually save time. If you just get 2 first try fleas on the next 2 encounters, it's like a little bit faster, but it's like a couple seconds here and there. Yeah. And it's just much nicer to not have to worry about those encounters at all. If you fail flea them a lot, it's just really sad.
Yeah.
So I think most active runners take these attacks first.
Yeah, the encounters that we first run into, they're about a coin flip if you get a first time flea or not. You can gamble a little bit if you want for that few seconds of time save.
But in like a 3.5 hour reasonably RNG heavy run, what's a couple of seconds early, right?
Yeah.
You take a loss of a second or 2 for consistency.
Yeah.
Like maybe in any percent, which is, an hour, 15 minutes, and it's entirely RNG manipulated, maybe you don't do it, but...
Yeah. Even more so for the other category, it's 5.5 hours. You just try not to care as much.
Yeah. It's, oh no, I lost 5 seconds in the early game. What a shame.
Yeah.
Right, it's not uncommon to be, 2 or 3 minutes behind in no save and quit and just be like, yeah, all right, whatever, I got like 5 minutes of time save coming.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's, remember, some discussion myself. There's a good, the first good time marker is a boss fight, our first boss fight. And like having it over an hour feels really bad. You could continue, but you're fighting uphill to get that time save. Story-wise, that was Venus Lighthouse that was just lit. That happened at the end of the first game. This is Felix and Sheba. Felix is our main protagonist. Sheba is one of the other party members that we will be having, and Sheba got knocked off the top of the lighthouse, and Felix heroically dove in or off the lighthouse, which there's only ground around. I'm not sure how they ended up in the sea, but got lucky there and just ended up on this floating island, Itajima. And the earthquake shattered the connection to the main continent here. And there's lots of lore stuff that we get to see a good so because we're not skipping Lemuria, about the whole how the continents are all lined up and working, what the world's maybe looking like. A little bit of a lore up there as well. But
yeah, Sheba has a nice sort of character arc that sort of ends nicely with her like accepting herself and who she is and all that, and we get to skip all of that. So poor Sheba.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna see any of the resolution of her story.
Yeah. But just know that it is a good story and it does get resolved. Just a giant tidal wave washing over. That tidal wave has a bunch of other consequences elsewhere. I'll mostly see at the beginning. I'm gonna go talk to here. All of our people except for Alex, just unconscious. Are unconscious here. We are going to skip talking to Creighton here at the beginning, just so it's a little bit faster, just to let him walk over to us and then do his dialogue there. And we'll talk to these two.
I still hope one day the game glitches out and I just get to leave him there.
Just leave Creighton. Yeah.
Just leave him lying in Itajima. One day.
Yeah. I don't think so. There are text boxes to a bunch of Creighton's dialogue that you can answer. If you answer no to them specifically, when you get to Lemuria, you can cause him to kind of get angry at you for saying no, let's not go here, even though he's been trying to get there for these 2 games. I don't actually know if there's enough of those options in this category for that or not. I don't know all the actual dialogue boxes, but
What do you need? There's 5 of them, and you need to say no to 3. I think there probably are enough.
Probably is enough,
but I can't remember exactly where they are.
yeah.
So we definitely skipped the Chumper one. Which other? I think that's the only one we actually skip. I think it probably is possible.
Could still get good to know.
Yeah. So it's actually a reasonably new category. So we're not in. And there are very few runners of this category currently. I think there's only the one time on the leaderboard, which is by Ollie, who's a very, very good Golden Sun runner. So we're not. So this route is not optimized yet. We haven't quite figured out all the faster strats. We're working on it. We think we have most of there. It's the last little 1%ers we have to figure out, and things like what can we actually skip and what do we're not quite 100% sure on yet.
Yeah, and just a bunch of different things. Hopefully, location-wise, what we're doing is pretty close to optimized. But yeah, all the maybe gin collection stuff, even at the beginning here, we might be able to skip a long one or two. We don't know yet, but figure stuff out. But hopefully we can just show off a bunch of stuff. That was also the first of what are called gin. In this game, they're really strong. They provide a bunch of different kind of benefits, mostly giving us more power and more options for things like summoning, more stats. If you get enough, you can get some class changes that'll boost your stats quite a bit. So, our first one, Echo. Unlike the first game for Flint, the first one that you guessed, we can actually skip the tutorial. Thank you, Echo. We don't have to go through any of that. And we just head on to Kandorian Temple, where we need to get an item. There are a few of these in this game. An item that gives you specific synergy that you can use on the overworld or in a dungeon. That's called Lash. There is also a gin in here called Fog, our first Mercury gin that we will be getting. We'll be going through, and we're going to we're going to be going to our first glitch up here soon. If you want to explain that, Conical?
Sure. So very soon we're going to see the first use of the retreat glitch. The retreat glitch is probably the most powerful glitch we have access to in the game. And essentially, it makes use of a slight developer oversight. So we have access to a synergy called Retreat, which behaves very similar to like an escape rope from Pokemon, where it will warp you back to the start of the dungeon. You can hotkey synergies to L and R, which we saw Zedata do when he used that use of Whirlwind earlier. And the developers allow you to hotkey Retreat, but clearly they didn't think anyone would ever really do it, because why would you hotkey something that warps you back to the start of the dungeon? And so they kind of overlooked in testing that if you don't have enough PP to cast Retreat, the game will ask if you want to do it. If you press yes, it won't work, or it won't warp you back to the start of the dungeon, but the lookup table that the game uses to determine where things like doors lead does behave as though you went back to the start of the dungeon. So even though you're still physically in the room you're in, the game thinks you're in the first room. And so that lets you do very specific wrong warps. So you would have seen there, Zedata drained all of his PP, used Retreat, it didn't work, and then when he went back through a door, he ended up in a different room. And again here, he's going to use Retreat, it's not going to work, he's going to jump on this rope, fall down here, and the game warps him to the end of the dungeon. Skips the boss, skips everything. So essentially the way to think about it is if every room has a bunch of doors, those doors are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. If you go into room 2 and go through door 1, that's supposed to take you into room 3. But if you go into retreat mode, the game doesn't think you're going through room 2 door 1, it thinks you're going through room 1 door 1. And that'll take you somewhere completely different. Super useful. Lets us do a lot of silly wrong warp stuff, and it lets us, there's some other applications of it that we'll get to later as we see them, but it basically lets us completely break the game, which is really fun.
Very, very strong. And
yeah, retreat glitch is very, very strong.
And funnily enough, too, it's very strong in a lot of dungeons, but funnily enough, it's also pretty useless in a lot of places in dungeons. which is a little unfortunate. But, we take what we can get.
Yeah, really the requirements for it to be useful are the room that you would retreat to if you used it normally has to have a bunch of doors, really. If it's just kind of an empty room with one door, it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah. Okay, we're heading back in here now that we have the Lash Pebble, so we can use Lash. So we're going to head back in here, basically following the same exact beginning path to get to Fog. And we'll collect him and them. Get our first Mercury.
Which is great. So great. This is a great visual explanation now of how retreat glitch works. So remember this room that we're walking through right now. We go down this doorway, drain all of our PP, which is there, and we go back through the door in retreat mode and come out somewhere different. So that's basically what retreat glitch lets us do. And it's sort of the edge cases where sort of weird, unexpected things happen is where retreat glitch becomes very, very strong.
Okay, well.
Oh, that's fun. So there's a couple of pre-battle actions that can happen called Caught by Surprise and Attacks First. Caught by Surprise is exactly how it sounds, exactly what happened there, where the enemies get a free action against you. Very, very annoying. And an Attacks First is the opposite, where you get a free action against enemies.
Okay.
Which we really like Attacks First because you can use them to run away. Unfortunately, even when we're doing RNG manipulation stuff later in the run, which we can do in this run, we don't ever get control of the RNG that determines Attacks First and Caught by Surprise, which can actually be problematic at some points in this run. We'll explain more about how RNG and RNG manipulation works in sort of an hour when we get to the parts where we're doing that.
Yep. And that is a kind of example of why the beginning of this game can be so infuriating. You just get caught by surprise on a Jin and then just flees on the second turn and just can't do anything about it.
Yep. Yeah, whoever came up with the idea that Jin can run away is... I don't like that guy.
Sadistic, yeah.
So every time a Jin flees, you have to reset the room in order to get them to appear again. Which in the case of Fog, not too bad, right? You just go back down the rope and leave and come back in. Some of them take over 60 seconds. Like Steel, I think, is the worst. If he flees, it's like 60 seconds to get back. It's awful.
Yeah, Steel and Mud are pretty bad.
Yeah, Mud's pretty bad because you're quite PP limited at Mud.
Yeah. And we're now, normally in the normal category, we would come back to this dungeon at some point. We are not going to do that in this dungeon. So normally we would go and save these kids. We don't have to do that just because we're not coming back here. And we don't have to do anything in Dyla either.
Yeah, that poor child is going to be stuck there for the entire game.
Just stuck there. This is the first example of us going out of bounds with the retreat glitch, where it thinks it should put us somewhere, and okay, well, that was not correct.
That's a new one.
Pretty sure I was lined up correctly. I think I can go through this one and it'll be fine. Yeah. Let's try it again. And since we're walking out of bounds and the camera doesn't follow us anywhere, we have some like lining up to do. And as you can see on that, it's just kind of like 3/4 of a black screen. So it's kind of eyeballing how close you are. And apparently if you're even a half a tile off, that leads you to another door on that one. I don't think I've ever actually done that accidentally.
Yeah, I didn't know there was that door there. There you go. So this is quite a big game to fit on a GBA cartridge. And so the game reuses a lot of memory. And specifically, a lot of map data gets overwritten by things like enemy data and all that sort of other weird stuff like that, which essentially means out of bounds, if you can get deep out of bounds, the game kind of manifests this junk data as tiles that you can interact with. And those tiles can be things like doors, they can be just regular tiles that you see on the map. So anytime we can get out of bounds, it's quite likely we can navigate ourselves to a door that lets us skip a huge chunk of the dungeon. So getting out of bounds in this game is super powerful, and every time we find a new way to get out of bounds, we get very excited.
Yep. Yeah, it's...
We actually found one this week in Jupiter Lighthouse where we can get out of bounds, but unfortunately it's on a map that's not very useful.
Yeah. Yeah, it is unfortunate, Sulesh, that even though if you can maybe get out of bounds on stuff, there has to be something useful there. Otherwise, it's just more interesting than anything. Oh, okay, well, that's
interesting. Yeah, more often than not, getting out of bounds is helpful. So anytime we do it, in pretty much every time we can get out of bounds in this category, we do. But finding ways to break the boundaries is actually not as easy as you'd think. Retreat glitch is sort of the best way to do it, particularly in save and quit categories. Retreat glitch becomes even more powerful, so you can get out of bounds quite easily. But in this category, it's a little bit limited where we can do it.
Just talking a little bit about how encounters work in this game. There are random encounters except for the djinn that you can go meet on screen. Every time that you move in this game, whether it's running or walking or other things, there is a step counter that is increasing, and once it reaches a certain point, an encounter will happen. When we left that Shrine of the Sea Goddess, it was a really high encounter rate, so our step counter was increasing a lot faster than normal, so we got an encounter really, so getting an encounter between the entrance to Shrine of the Sea Goddess and Dahlia is really difficult to get one, so just really unfortunate there.
All right, so this is 2 uses of retreat glitch, by the way. So you see we pulled 2 items from that chest. So everything, when you use retreat glitch, everything thinks you're in the first room of the dungeon, including when you interact with things like chests. So that vest that we pulled out of the chest is actually located in a chest in the first room that we can remote access using retreat glitch. And in the same retreat glitch, we walk through a door and warp to the overworld. That's basically a fallback on the game's behalf, where if you go through a door that doesn't exist, the game will just warp you to this point on the world map. We call it the Madra door because we're located near the town of Madra. So we will see an example later if you go into retreat mode and interact with a chest that doesn't exist. That's when really silly things happen.
Yeah, and just this is Iron, our second Venus djinn, who is also just a pain in the butt. Like any of these djinn that you meet on the overworld, you can get other normal encounters with it, as I did. I got 2 other normal encounters, which is pretty...
Yeah, but also Iron didn't run away or kill you.
Yes, that is true.
So
Iron,
we take that.
Iron is really strong. They can just outright kill Sheba, and we can still collect them, but it's painful when that.
Yeah, Iron is just sort of the awkward. Sheba is a Jupiter adept, which means she's weak to Venus, and Iron is a Venus djinn that has a reasonably strong single attack move, and if he just pushes that straight into Sheba, she'll just die. It's not much fun. Iron is sort of the first sort of genuine run killer.
Just burning through all my herbs here real quick.
Wonder if it's worth picking up some more when you get back to Madra. Oh, and you took this encounter, the 3-pillar encounter. Man, you are getting so much RNG fun.
Also, still getting lucky that I'm living through them.
Yeah, I know, right? The game knows that you're going to do some RNG manipulation later, so it's getting all the nasty stuff in first.
Yeah. I don't even know if I... Okay, I have 6, that's good. I'll do that, and...
Yeah, it might be worth taking some backup herbs. Although as long as you get through the first encounter, you should be okay, right?
Oops.
That was Jenna.
Yeah, that was Jenna. Just ate an input and didn't go over. It's not too big of a deal. It's just unfortunate.
That's going to make sour interesting.
Yeah. Well, no, sour won't change. It's
bad,
mostly Briggs. being slower than the Sea Fighters, which we'll just get to see lots of Sea Fighter actions there.
Safety armor. Yep. Just take some of the safety armor.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I guess he's going to be slower than Cannon as well. Yeah. Okay. Well.
Oops.
Yeah. Just this game. Sometimes the Jin menu is the worst, but sometimes it feels like if you try to do inputs too quickly, it'll just eat your inputs. And you want to do them.
So for context, the mint that we picked up, that Zedata picked up, that raises agility by 1 level. And we use that on Felix because he has a couple of speed ties in a boss coming up at about the 1 hour mark, as well as a few other things. Having Felix, who's sort of our main damage dealer at this point, be faster than everything is really good. And accidentally using it on Jenna because an input got eaten. Like there are some weird sort of frame ties that you can get where on a certain frame an input will get eaten in the menu because the menu is a little bit laggy. Having that go onto Jenna is a little bit problematic for a while. I mean, it's fine, nothing you can't play around. It just makes everything a little bit awful, at least for the first hour. It's probably going to get outsped by some random encounters in Ayers Rock as well.
Yeah, and like all of Gondolin and Kabambo, like there might be some things there.
Oh, God, that mint is so useful. You don't realize how useful that mint is until you accidentally do it wrong.
Yeah, it actually might also come into play on the final boss, but it's fine to be able to work around still. But anyway, moving on from my mistake, this is Piers, who will be our 4th party member. I guess we didn't really talk about, well, you talked a little bit about Adept alignment, as Shiba is a Jupiter alignment, Felix is a Venus alignment, Jenna is Mars alignment, so our last alignment is Mercury. And look at him use frost on this puddle to manipulate water. He will be our Mercury adept. Sort of round out the party to have all 4 available in this game. Dark Dawn introduces newer alignments, I guess, but
shout outs to the NPC failing the frost clip as well, by the way.
Yeah, just falling off. Yeah, he is currently held prisoner here. That's Tidal Wave. This continent that we are currently on used to be out in the ocean somewhere, or maybe not out in the ocean, but it was not connected to Indra. Or is this Indra? I can't remember always the names of the continents, but it's smushed this continent and it connects now to Oceania and the other continents. So now there's a land bridge between them all, which wasn't there before. That also brought along a pirate ship, and the pirates on that pirate ship, they stole some stuff from here and did some other bad things, and a lot of people in this town are accusing Piers of being part of that pirate group, which we will find out later that he is not of. Yeah, let's do just a few of these. Boy, I never do this. That should be enough. Just get a couple.
Yeah, again, after that first encounter, you should be fine. Yeah. Once you can outspeed everything, or most things, you should be okay.
Yeah, that pirate ship, we'll go and clear him, and then we will come back and totally get Piers after we have cleared his name. He won't just leave us behind and go somewhere else. But this is the busted up pirate ship right here, and they left behind a little present down here, the pirate's sword, which is actually pretty good for this point in the game, but we're not actually going to use it for its attack capability. We're just going to use it for some money. We get over here. This is the point of the game where we are going to start taking encounters now, so we're not just going to flee from everything. We'll get some experience, get some coins, and hopefully things aren't too bad as they have been for this beginning part. Okay, they gave us I probably should have taken that because I spent the coin already, but I'll just maybe get the lucky pepper if things happen. So encounter.
There's other stuff we can sell as well to get extra coins.
So encounter-wise, went into that dungeon. Whenever you enter a town or a dungeon, it will reset the step encounter. Annoying. The step encounter back to 0. So we just like go in there, it resets back to 0, and then we can hopefully take a less encounter or two, depending on where the rates fall. Make sure we filled up for any actions. We're hoping for this run to a town called Mikasala that we get enough enemies in these battles to get enough coin for a shop that we're going to be doing there. With a Mamanga and a Kobold, and I'll probably end up skipping this encounter. We're just going to have to buy the Lucky Pepper.
Wow, that's like 2 encounters that you've taken. That was like an insane run to Mikasala when you don't want to get one.
Yeah. That's all right. We got a Lucky Pepper here. It's just sitting in this barrel to our left at the end of this inn, and it sells for 200 coins, so quite a bit when we're getting about 30 coins from an enemy. So we'll just sell that.
Yeah, it's a really nice backup if you get a good run to Mikasala. Like, you still come out time ahead if you get a very good Mikasala run.
So we're buying an armlet for Sheba because she is your canonical glass cannon in this, so just beefing her up a little bit. And then a broad axe for Felix, which is even more powerful than the broadsword was. Oh wow, it was a little bit over money actually. Oh, fine. And then just an elixir for use in the boss fight that we're going to have coming up here at that hour-ish mark. And then just a bunch of herbs. We will be healing with Felix primarily with Synergy, but those extra herbs can kind of, oh god, he's just slower than Jenna even.
Oh my god, he's so slow.
But they will also come into use in that boss fight, as well as just options to heal with Sheba.
This is Sour. Sour is probably everyone's least favorite gen. Sour loves to run away on turn 2. Oh, look at that. He didn't.
Nice.
How nice.
Yeah, Sour can kill Jenna pretty easily this fight. So there's the quick kill just to use Fume twice and then Cannon and Echo with Felix. But if Jenna goes below like 42 HP, she can just die before she gets her second Fume off. So we just do that. So I gotta get.
Although maybe not. Was she outspeeding there with the mint?
Oh, actually, yeah, a good point. I didn't think about that. Possibly, but I definitely have never looked at that. So we'll just go with the safeness. There. That is our last gen that we will be getting for a while. So we have 2 on each, which is pretty good. We can get into a few different classes for each, which we will be taking advantage of in that boss fight later. Right now, it's more about Felix being in his. I think it's the 3 gen class that he has for his Venus gen, but. Should be slower. Oh,
yeah. Sort of mono elemental classes are reasonably good. You know, they get the Camelot kind of knew that people weren't really going to play around with the Jin too much on like a first playthrough and just dump, all the Venus Jin on the Venus Adept. So they made the classes pretty good. And in this case, having 2 Venus Jin on Felix makes him pretty strong. Like he can more or less just attack and kill most things in a couple of turns, which is nice. And he's also pretty tanky, has lots of HP. HP is kind of the most important stat for being tanky in this game. Defense doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah.
So being in a class where he has lots of HP is really nice. And normally he would outspeed most things at this point, but oops.
Yes, normally.
It's alright, eventually he'll get to level 9 or level 10 and he'll be okay. Yeah. Level 9 should be okay.
Oh, gross. Oh, and I don't even have cycle beams.
So this is where PP management starts to become very important. We have a list, like a lot of whirlwinds with Sheba that need to be done, and they're 5 PP each. So not using PP in battles is really nice, but also we want to kill stuff quickly. So it's like a trade-off between do we kill things with synergy? Do we take them more slowly? You know, how exactly do you manage your PP here? It can be quite difficult. It's one of those things that really takes quite a few runs before you get a feel for how to do this well.
And
oh, you go right side. Interesting.
I saw that you went left side. And I was like, I don't actually know. I don't know if anybody. I don't know which way is faster or has less steps. I always thought the right side did. Let's dodge.
Yeah, I think left side is slightly faster in any percent to get to that ladder, so I just do it out of habit.
And we are right now. We really do want to heal. We want to heal with Felix, not too much, because we are going to be setting up for a retreat glitch later. So his use is all fine, but yeah, like Hanako said, the more that we can kind of avoid using synergy, the more time save we'll get. But still have to go fast. So getting triple encounters like that one earlier is not only just slow because there are more enemies to kill, but it can also eat into your synergy. But got that skip. Well, hopefully. You can sometimes get this on the way out.
So synergy with Felix is not so bad here. It's Jenna and in particular Sheba. If you can be really good with synergy through battles and get lucky and get lots of singles where you don't have to kill with synergy, you can sometimes skip the synergy. So you get a synergy stone about halfway through when you get to the interior of Ayers Rock, which fully restores all of your synergy, all of your PP. And if we can skip that, it saves quite a lot of time. It saves probably 20 seconds because we have to basically drain all of Felix's PP again to do a retreat glitch, which is super slow. But you generally don't want to risk it. If you're borderline, you take the synergy stone. Not having enough synergy to kill things is almost run killing at this point in the game. If you get a nasty encounter and it decides to beat up on you and you can't kill it quickly, then it's really bad.
Yeah. That was not an input getting eaten. That was me just not pressing A. Fortunately, he's going to be... Normally, Felix would be faster than these kobolds. He was defending anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, one more level up and he should be outspeeding him again. Oh my god, he's really being annoying.
Yeah, the kobolds are annoying in Ayers Rock because they can defend, and defending reduces all of the damage that you take by half. So we just have to spend an extra turn or 2 extra turns if he dodges to get through them.
Yeah, enemies defending is just, could be worse. It could be in Golden Sun 1, there's an enemy, the Armored Rat, that can do a 90% damage reduction defend, which is just the worst thing in the world. Why would you give them that ability?
You can get to that first tornado there with Pixel. I don't know if it's Pixel Perfect, but it's gosh darn close movement. Can't ever get it.
It's very, very difficult to get it.
One of these days.
Yeah, this is kind of where we turn into a platformer and have cycles and things to make.
Yep. I got 2 heals left. Hopefully we don't have a bad rate and end up at an encounter before the pillar up here. Yeah,
nice. Just got it.
Yeah, when he was talking about cycles too, whenever you get in an encounter, it resets the cycles as well. So the tornadoes will be shooting off at. They'll still be aligned. They'll still be lined up with each other, but they will reset where you're at. So you can just end up having to wait a long time for a tornado because you got an encounter at a bad spot. Almost to the top of Ayers Rock here to complete the exterior, and then we'll be hopping in the interior, and we're going to be coming up on our first out of blind climb, as it's called. I guess not our first out of bounds, but our first blind climb. And basically for this one, when we retreat glitch on ladders, it removes the loading zone from the ladders, but this one also, the next room is already loaded, so it's actually just off screen, and we're just going to navigate through that blindly. Off screen. Hopefully I don't miss the ladders too much to do everything. So, go up here.
Yeah, so you're supposed to solve a kind of a long, convoluted puzzle in order to use a whirlwind that will stop the room from resetting every time you climb up the ladder to the left. But because loading zones are turned off, the room doesn't reset. We can just climb up the ladder, run around the top and go down the other side and solve the puzzle kind of backwards without being able to see it, which is very nice. Skip's doing a lot of, about half of the exterior almost we skip here, maybe a little bit less than that. You skip quite a long, annoying puzzle.
Oh, and I only have one PB. Okay, well this is dangerous.
Yeah, this is awkward.
Gonna hope that Jenna doesn't die. Okay, that's actually...
Please defend. Okay, we're fine. Oh, dodged it.
Okay.
Okay, we're fine.
Unfortunately,
Oil drop.
I am low on synergy for Felix here to do this move.
I'd probably heal if you're gonna run around. Use the herbs. This is why we have 30 herbs on Shiva all of a sudden.
And I'm not going to forget to use the retreat glitch here.
Yep. So when you take... Oh, really? Again? So when you take an encounter, retreat glitch basically turns off. So if we were to climb up the ladder before going back into retreat glitch, you end up on the wrong side of the puzzle, and it's very annoying to get back to the correct side.
Won't forget retreat glitch again.
Yeah, so we want to use retreat glitch, climb up the ladder to the top, and we can always tell when we're on a ladder because you can't open the menu, which is what makes this reasonably easy to navigate around.
Yeah, and it's not
so
a
right
very
now probably
big space either.
Yeah, so this looks super difficult, but it's actually really easy. Like there's a lot of walls and everything that you just bump into that just happens to line you up perfectly to go exactly where you want to go.
This is correct.
So as long as you have a good sort of mental map of what the room looks like, it's super easy to navigate your way around here.
And there we are.
And there we go. So basically what Zedata did was he went all the way up that ladder on the left, climbed all the way to the top, down the ladder on the right, and moved that pillar out of the way, and then climbed all the way back.
And we actually do have enough PB with Jenna and Shiva that we can just skip this fire stone.
Yeah, I know, it's nice.
So that's good.
Never get good enough encounters to do that.
Yeah, you always want to try to get to the best of both worlds, where you're getting just enough encounters for all the experience that we want, but the fewest or the right kind of encounters to not spend so much synergy, so you can just skip this synergy stone that we're just going to say goodbye to. Goodbye.
So now, if anyone's played this game casually, you probably either really like Ayers Rock because it's, a cool dungeon, or you hate it because it's super long and a little bit of a maze. A lot of people do all of the exterior stuff and go, oh my god, finally I made it inside, and then you realize you're only a third of the way through. We are going to break Ayers Rock. It's not that long a dungeon in the speedrun because retreat glitch makes it really, really fast.
Yep.
So we, as speedrunners, we absolutely love Ayers Rock. There's so much stuff that we can do in Ayers Rock that we don't even do in this category because either we ban it. It's one of the few things we ban in this category is out of bounds stuff in Ayers Rock, or silly memory writing out of bounds stuff in Ayers Rock, and also saving and quitting. If you allow both of them, Ayers Rock allows you to beat this game in an hour and 15 minutes because it's just completely broken.
Strong. I've got our first move clip here. That was a move.
So the way that works...
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no, you go.
Yeah. Move clip, and we'll see one frost pillar clip later. Basically, a lot of the hitboxes in this game, including Felix's, are not exactly, they're not square. They're a little bit more round. As you can sort of see, his shadow is kind of a circular shape. We can do, with the move synergy, we can put ourselves in a position that will move the hitbox of the pillar onto just enough the hitbox of Felix. And when that happens, when it tries to resolve the collision between the two objects, it just kind of like boops Felix up onto the pillar there. And then we can just skip doing that puzzle in its entirety and just do that one move. And here's our second one, and this is the one that Conical was mentioning, where we would normally have to sit here and move a bunch. We do still have to move a little bit.
You know, draining from 14 PP is better than draining from 34, which is where Felix normally is.
Yep. We just go all the way down to 0, save a lot of time there. And then
yeah, so all of these move clips are sub-pixel perfect, right? Not just being on the right pixel isn't always enough. That one,
that's annoying.
Punished for bad movement. Yep. That's so annoying. So the retreat glitch here turns off like a steam vent, which we need to run through in order to kind of skip a puzzle, which we can just turn it off again. But then we need to take an encounter anyway in order to get through this next door. Otherwise, it just leads to the wrong spot. And now you're going to have to run around forever to get the encounter.
That was...
Having good movement there would have gotten you to this point as well. It's so annoying.
It would have been a really good, really quick go through here.
Yeah, because there are no encounters between the steam and here. So it would have been super fast and I would have been very jealous. That's so
and then
annoying.
Just get to this encounter for my mistake.
Yeah.
That's right. So just gonna hop around through a few more doors here with the retreat glitch, or just actually that one. Turn on this giant whirlwind statue or Maui face that just shoots around whirlwinds, and that'll just about, we got one more that we're going to turn on. That'll turn on most of the whirlwinds for the rest of the dungeon.
So it's this room that allows us to break Ayers Rock, really, because this room is very vertical and has a lot of doors in it. And more importantly, it has the back door. So now, by going out that door, which we call the Bowie door, in honor of Bowie the hero, by going out that door, we have now set this room to our retreat pointer, or to our retreat room. So all retreat glitches all reference all of these doors that you can see everywhere, which is awesome. That allows us to do a lot of sort of warping around the place and lets us get to the end very, very quickly with one very special twist, which we're going to see very, very soon. So we saw earlier when Zidata pulled an item out of a chest that was located in the first room. That works because there was a chest in the first room. And so the game's like, yeah, you've activated a chest and you're in the first room. Sure, why not? I'll just give you that item. There is no chest or item or anything located in the first room or in what is now our first room, in the retreat room. So when we talk to the Synergy Stone that's located just up here that we ran past earlier, the game's going to attempt to look up, hey, you've interacted with an item or item number 1 on this map. There is no item on this map, and it's just going to give you the next item in the list, which is going to be a very special item. It kind of just gets confused. So you talk to the Synergy Stone, and out comes the most powerful weapon in the game. Awesome.
Good old Soul Blade. Thanks, Ayers Rock.
Yeah, thanks, Ayers Rock. So now, and it's a legitimate Soul Blade, like it's just the most powerful weapon in the game. So Felix now just one-shots everything for a while.
I believe I had a goblin for my slot 2.
Yeah. Yep. So now is when I mentioned earlier that things like enemies can write out-of-bounds data. And this is a perfect example where a different slot 2 enemy will write a different enemy in the second slot will write different out-of-bounds data to get to this movement to find that door. So knowing which variation of that out-of-bounds run is, then neither of them are that hard, but you have to remember, I have a goblin in slot 2, and that one was a harpy, but a harpy doesn't override a goblin. So knowing how out-of-bounds data gets written can be useful. And I think that's the only out of bounds we do in this category in Ezrock. Actually, it is the only out of bounds we do in Ezrock in this category. But you can do some other stuff with save and quit that allows you to get deep out of bounds and essentially write arbitrary data into the game's memory, which is really nice. Allows you to skip everything. Real strong. Don't quite have arbitrary code execution, but we're like, it's right up against it.
So you can see our fancy Megiddo. That is a waste of time right now. We don't want Megiddos. It's like a 4 seconds time loss every time that he uses it instead of just attacking normally. But you know what? We will take that 4 second time loss for having the Soul Blade at this point.
Turns out when enemies have like 100 HP, doing 500 damage to them is overkill that we don't need.
Yeah. I don't think I'm level 9 yet. I was not actually paying attention. Hopefully we are level 9 so we don't have to do a level 8 Briggs. Even more reason to buy armor before. So this is the end of Ayers Rock. We're specifically coming here, like the Soul Blade. Of course, we would probably go out of our way to get the Soul Blade transferred, but we also need to get Reveal here, which will have its use later for specific things. Each in the first game, there were the different types of adepts alignment, and they all had like their special things. Like Mia is the only one that could really get Frost. That's the same in here. Piers is the only one that can use Frost. Felix has Move. Isaac had Move. Stuff like, well, I guess Garrett also had Move for whatever reason. He's Garrett. He's weird. But in this game, they have a different type of rock for each alignment. And Ayers Rock is the Jupiter aligned Djinn, and it gives Shiba Reveal, which, as you can see, it will open up special spots. You can kind of see like on circular areas. It reveals things like chests and pillars and other things like that. Do this first.
Yeah, Reveal doesn't even like, it's not actually useful, or you don't use it for puzzle solving mechanics until way later in the game, because you can come here later. You don't have to do Ayers Rock now. You can like go do the whole Piers thing and get the boat and do all of that before you ever come to Ayers Rock. So we come now because the Soul Blade, and having Soul Blade is good, which is why we do it now. But you can like put it off for almost another hour in speedrunning time, which is a lot more than an hour in non-speedrunning time.
Counter, we got one more retreat glitch here, and speaking of Reveal, there is actually a chest in, well, okay, got that encounter, that's fun. In this next room, I might have to, oh, that was level 9. Yeah.
Wow, that is super late.
So
definitely not going to have level 10 after Briggs.
Yeah, and Shiba isn't even level 9. I think that was only Jenna and, oh gosh, I might have lined myself up.
No backup wall.
Probably should have taken it for a marathon. Safety, wasn't even thinking about it. Just totally escaped my mind. Normally there is a Water of Life there that we get more specifically to help with some boss fights that we are skipping. But probably should have got it for marathon safety, and we'll be fine. Nothing will go wrong.
Yeah, CBS Condemn. It's coming.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh gosh, Felix is even slower at this point, so we'll be fine. But yeah, there was a chest in that room, and we just retreat glitched through a door in that room to the out of bounds in that room. And the way that this game puts some of its objects is that they aren't actually put onto the screen until you have done something like Reveal, and then it moves them there. When they are not there, in this game, they are almost always at the map coordinates 0, 0. So we just walk up to those map coordinates, which is the top left of the map there, and then we can just open up the chest there, and it has a lucky medal, which we will want for later when we get to Lemuria. This is a lore-wise, we're going to totally ignore all the lore after a certain point, because as we skip around and skip a bunch of things, but these people are from Madra. They were coming here to figure out if Piers was part of the pirate group earlier, and see if they can see. Do you have armor? You do. Yes, do leather armor.
So normally we don't buy this armor, because normally we can have a reasonable chance of outspeeding the Sea Fighters in the Briggs fight. But because we are, Zidane accidentally used the mint on Jenna, he's absolutely going to get outsped. And so they hit pretty hard and can do a lot of damage, and so buying a little backup armor just makes it safe.
I accidentally gave... Oh, did I?
And this is like now going to be the last shop that we do for the entire run, so it doesn't matter if we spend all our coins here.
Yep.
This normally affects our money route for the no save and quit run, but we don't care about it here.
Make sure I heal there, because I took some hits when normally you wouldn't, because Felix is faster. Yeah, this is this boat here. You can see it's kind of all messed up and broken. Normally, in a part of the game, we would have to come back here and do. It's a whole puzzle thing, and you go ahead and remove all the debris from it, and then allows them to fix the boat. We don't need that. We're just gonna skip past that point, because all the flags that it does unlocks stuff that we don't care about. And for this setup here, we have all of our gen finally set at this point. Jenna just has both of them set to just give her some more HP and that's pretty much it for her. Sheba is specifically put with 2 Mercury gen. With 2 Mercury gen, at this point, she's a little bit tankier, and then she also still has access to the impact synergy, which boosts the attack of a character, and that boost is dependent on what their current attack is. So having Felix have the Soul Blade at this point will boost his attack by like 90, as opposed to when you would normally be doing at this point in time in this game, it'd be something like 17, a lot lower.
Yeah.
So we'll see how the Sea Fighters react, how Briggs react, and hopefully this doesn't go too badly.
Yeah, we'd like to see lots of Megiddos here. Would be nice.
Yep. Well, Jenna is faster than the Sea Fighter.
Going first.
That's just great. Which means that actually Jenna can outspeed to heal Felix. So, Briggs.
It's probably an agility roll thing though, right? You'd think? Maybe not.
So that's down. Only Briggs left. Him defending was actually really nice. If we can get a Megiddo here, that's too bad.
Ah, damn.
Oh, another opportunity. Okay.
Oh,
sometimes this is what Briggs does. He'll just defend. I'm just gonna do this just in case we run into weird things later. Okay.
Come on, Megiddo.
Nice.
Yeah, there we go. That's good. That's what we want.
Yeah.
He didn't die? Oh, I thought that would
No, because he defended. We're just gonna do this for the guaranteed kill, and just in case he uses an herb like that, then we are up here. Actually, I didn't need to use Volcano because I used Plasma. Oh well, that's fine. Double kill. No rainbow kill, unfortunately, but that's okay. Finish it off there.
Oh, critical hit kill for swag.
Yeah. Right. All right. Well, that's nice that went okay. The speed. Yeah. Sometimes of the Sea Fighters and Briggs, they all have access to it's not synergy, but it's a skill it's called Echo Cut, and it can do a lot of damage. That's why that backup armor is really nice there, because if you're slower and a Sea Fighter gets an action, every time that it's up, they can just Echo Cut you and just take out Sheba really easily. And they can also do the thing which you saw there, a smoke bomb. And a smoke bomb on Jenna or Shiba means nothing, but if it's on Felix, it just reduces his chance to hit with an attack. That's why we bought that elixir in Mikasol, just in case he ended up with Delusion, and we can just clear that real quick, which, ironically, if that had happened, normally Jenna is slower than Felix, but could have just cleared it up and he would have been fine. But that didn't happen. Everything went well. That is also, with the experience that we get from that, we are hoping to get to level 10, but because of the amount of encounters and the types of enemies that we got in those encounters, we actually didn't get enough experience to get to level 10 off that Briggs fight. So we are going to take a couple of more encounters in Yampi Desert before we're just avoiding our way through there.
Yeah, we kind of got the worst of both worlds. It was both really slow and really bad experience.
Yeah.
And we're like behind where we would like to be and also not leveled enough, which is super annoying.
I don't have a timer running. What was the Briggs fight about, or what's the timer at?
It was like 1 hour, 30 seconds, just over an hour.
Okay, so that's okay for a marathon.
Fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Normally,
if it was a PB attempt, you'd be sad and probably resetting.
Anything over 1 hour is kind of sad for a PB attempt. 58 minutes, somewhere in like the middle of 58, is good. You can get to 57 minutes. That usually comes with some experience things later, like in Yampi Desert, but normally can get that fast.
Emulator has an okay time with 57, just because Emulator is faster.
I don't actually recall for Emulator like how much faster it is over like in the course of an hour, how much time saved there is. I don't really remember. Do you have any idea?
In any percent, which is an hour 15 minutes, Emulator's like almost a minute fast. It's about a minute faster.
Oh geez, okay.
It's early on. There's quite a lot that say that is faster on Emulator.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that large of a like per hour saving a minute.
I mean, it depends. You know, in early on in this game, you save quite a lot with Emulator. But in the mid game, you don't quite save as much. It's not as punishing being on console. It sort of depends.
Just like on what synergy you're using.
I think in the course of a no save and quit run, it's somewhere around 3 minutes faster.
Gotcha.
So Raffi's 519 on Emulator is probably a 521, 522 equivalent on console.
Gotcha.
But it's hard to really quantify exactly how fast it is.
Yeah.
Or how much faster it is. Not that anyone would ever play this game on Emulator. Nintendo wouldn't like that.
And you know what? Hopefully we will get
legitimate copies of the game only, because they're so easy to come by these days.
Yeah. And hopefully Nintendo Switch Online actually will release at least the first one. We sort of saw the screenshot of the game in the first one to be available there. Hopefully this one is also available, and then people can use it on a different, more recent console. This game, actually, I'm playing, I guess we never mentioned that, I'm playing this on the Wii U Virtual Console. It's actually not available to buy anymore. They took it off of the shop.
Well, the shop doesn't exist anymore.
The shop doesn't exist anymore, yeah. So can't even get this anymore. I'm going to pick up this for just a little bit of shenanigans later. But now we will be going back through Yampi Desert, which you are supposed to come through forward on this, but we're going to go through it backwards with our really strong. These are on.
Yeah, so the game actually intends you to go and fight, go do Yampi Desert first, then go fight Briggs, and then go backtrack and go do Ayers Rock, because you can't actually normally get from Ayers Rock back through Yampi Desert to Al Hafra, but we can do it because Retreat Glitch lets us get out of bounds, and so we can do all of this backwards, which is nice because it's the faster way to go.
I think just Plasma actually kills the Momongas. This might be enough with a triple encounter, a triple enemy. Nope.
It was not. So normally we can use Avoid and suppress encounters coming through here if we get to level 10 off Briggs, but we're a little bit under leveled, so it doesn't work.
Oh, that was really bad movement.
So Avoid, the way Avoid works is the game says it reduces encounters, but what it actually does is every room in the game has kind of like a hard-coded level, and if your average party level is above the room's sort of expected level, then Avoid will suppress all encounters. You will never take an encounter. If you are less than that level, Avoid does absolutely nothing. There we go. So now we've got to level 10 on everyone. We can use Avoid, and we take no more random encounters in this entire dungeon. Unfortunately, Avoid is not that useful in the speedrun because we're almost always under-leveled. And so there's very, very few times where Avoid is actually useful.
In normal no save and quit, yes.
Oh, yeah, there are more times actually in this
Yes.
because... Yes.
Because of a special
become quite
surprise
strong.
later. We're just going to pick up this item here. It's called Guardian Ring. We're just going to give this to Sheba. As mentioned, she's a bit of a glass cannon. This gives her a bit more HP, be a little bit tankier. So hopefully she'll just get one shot in Kabambo Mountains.
So the next big roadblock is Kabombo Mountains, which is sort of the next dungeon we do after this.
We're going to be picking up our second Jupiter Gin right here. You can't see him, he's just off screen there. Going to be running around and get here. That will be our second Jupiter Gin Blitz. Which isn't entirely useful as Blitz himself, but as being a Jupiter Gin is really good.
You outspeed Blitz without the mint, don't you?
We will find out.
So Blitz is normally completely safe unless you get caught by surprise. Interesting if he still is completely safe. Kind of the only nasty thing he can do to you is CBS Flee, which has never happened to anyone in a run, and it also has still never happened. Ah, yeah, he's still outspeed comfortably.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, there are Jupiter Gin and just Jupiter everything in this game is pretty good. A lot of enemies are weak to it. It has some of the best summons available to it that it's a part of, and it actually has some really good Jin as well.
Jupiter classes are also super fast, generally pretty fast. Agility is kind of our most important stat. If we can outspeed enemies, we pretty much kill everything.
If that wasn't already clear with how much we've been talking about that mint.
Yeah, agility is super important.
Use Avoid here for... There's actually no encounters in these next two rooms, or even that room previous, but be set up to avoid encounters after the next retreat push that we do.
And we use it there because we have to wait anyway for the Scorpion to be in the right place before we use Pound, so it's like we're going to be standing around waiting, so may as well just get the Avoid in there. Make it a time-neutral Avoid, which is nice.
Somebody's hurt here. I was supposed to do this.
So now we're going to fight the King Scorpion, which is basically an easier version of Briggs, a much safer version of Briggs. Strategy is exactly the same, except it's, you feel really hard done by when King Scorpion goes badly because he's generally pretty safe.
Yeah.
If he spams like Twin Shear, it can be nasty, but for the most part, he's not so bad.
Yeah, the venom that he can give can be pretty bad as well. And we actually do want to take some damage because we want to drain some synergy with Felix again for that retreat glitch.
Yeah, if you could hit Sheba, that would just be ideal.
Yeah. Nope.
No, he's just going to beat up on Jenna and Felix.
And funnily enough, too, he's also one of the... Okay, a Megiddo would be nice. Nice. Just in case. He can do that. He can defend as well. Okay, there we go. That was a lot of attacks.
This is one of the times we actually want to see some Megiddos.
Didn't hit. This. Oops.
Oh, you could have taken a poison proc and done another cure well.
That is a good point.
That way you wouldn't have to drain. It would have been a little bit faster. That's all right.
Yeah. I don't know why
It's like 2 moves. It really doesn't matter.
So we just move the Jin around there to give Felix, oh hey, Armadra, to get him into a faster Jupiter class like Conical had mentioned, to hopefully, he should still outspeed a lot of things, probably be a little bit slower than some, but that's okay.
That Madrador is really one of the reasons that it's faster to do Ayers Rock before Yampi Desert, because we don't have to do any walking to backtrack. We can just warp our way through the Madrador because the door doesn't exist and the game doesn't want to crash, so it just spits you out on the world map there.
Yep.
And we want to go straight past there anyway. So it's just taking us where we want to go.
The Gondolin Cliffs, you see a Mars Jin right there on the screen. This will be slower than Wolfkin or Fast. We're not going to pick that Jin up quite yet. We'll pick it up on the way back through here. Mars Jin, and then there's also that funny looking green mushroom right there. We will also pick that up, but not yet. We hop along on this. This would be, don't do this at home. This is really dangerous, hopping along with rocks in an ocean.
It's a shame Mars Jin are not more readily available in this game.
Yeah,
Getting Mars Jin is in general super slow. Like, we only have one, and those 2 Mars Jin that we were just talking about, the one here and the one we get with the mushroom, are super slow to get, and it would save minutes if we could skip them, but there aren't really any available that are any faster, so we kind of have to do it because we need some Mars Jin.
Yeah, it would be nice to be able to, before, there's sort of like a checkpoint, when we get the boat in this game, there's sort of a checkpoint there where you can kind of have all 4 of each type of Jin, but the 4th one for the Mars Jin is just real slow to get, so we don't bother picking it up. That was good. That's a little too bad because it would be useful more in the no saving quit. Also a good rate. To have 4 there for the Aqua Hydra, who is weak to Mars, and we could do a faster kill, but it just takes too long. That is the Thorn Crown item. It isn't anything special defense-wise, really. It's kind of normal at this, but its other thing that it does is it increases attack. So we're just going to be kind of stacking Felix with these things to give him a bunch of attack to be able to kill things in Gabamba. And we better heal it. That's
RNG manipulation.
I just was, hoping to get just a really sick item. Whenever you use Scoop and you dig like that, you have a chance to get an item, which I believe you got a game ticket in your run.
I did get a game ticket in my run by accident. I missed the Psy Crystal and accidentally got a game ticket. Yeah, fun.
Real cool.
So Kabombo Mountains is the next super. This dungeon here is very, very scary because of one enemy called the Pixie. Pixies are awful. They can put you to sleep and they hit very, very hard and they outspeed. Even when you have minted properly, they still outspeed you. Oh, are you going for the swag?
No, I was just trying to not move too far to the right where it wouldn't allow the push.
You can do a pillar clip on that box, but it's not really any faster and it's super precise. So no one really goes for it. It's like the swag pillar clip.
Just in case.
Classic Pixies. Oh yeah, on top of putting you to sleep and hitting hard, they can also seal your Synergy. Which are just, come on, Pixies. Don't be so awful.
Yeah, normally, for an account like that, you just attack. It's faster to just attack with Felix twice, but I'm a little afraid with how things have been going, so we're just going to do a bunch of backup strats to make sure that they
Synergy kill them anyway. Like you don't want to give them 2 actions, right? Just kill them. It's a little bit slower, but I mean, if it goes badly, you don't want to get to turn 2 and suddenly it uses sleep and you get a triple proc, right? You don't want that to happen.
So gorillas we would normally be faster than, but we are slower than.
Outspeeds it. Oh my god! Like it's one missed min and it's so terrible.
Yeah. I don't. I'm pretty sure that the skeletons in Gabamba are also going to outspeed him now as well.
God.
Just be going back to using Boreas to double attacking. Hopefully we can squish this puppy, but do no damage to it. Just
This is
right on
close.
its head.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, as long as the dog is above the dotted line that's on the ground there, it will be fine. Okay, I do have this. Oops, I didn't mean to back out of that. Here, woman. That bone there, it's kind of funny, in a lot of these older games, not just Golden Sun, there's lots of Game Boy games and other pixel games, you can actually tell which objects on the map are interactable because
What?
because they stay the same color as opposed to like going to a different color. So that that box is interactable. As you can see there with that bone, you can get that bone and give it to the dog. It's another. This dungeon is actually really interesting for a few different reasons. If you are paying close enough attention to where things are at and you kind of know what synergy is usable, you can actually see that there are puddles on the... Oh, that's nice. I should heal.
Attacks first.
Do this. All kinds of inputs here. Okay. There are puddles on the ground, and those puddles are possible like we saw Piers doing, so you can actually kind of see that Piers can get through this mountain in a different...
Double attacks first.
That pound did that for me. He can get through the mountains in a different way than you can, but you can't go that same way because we don't have access to frost. So it's just kind of like a neat dungeon design.
It's great attention to detail from Camelot, which they're kind of known for, their attention to detail. But basically, like, if you get caught by any of those guards, you get thrown back out of Kabombo Mountains. They like kick you back out the front door. And so we need synergy in order to get past them, but then we're also chasing Piers. So without that synergy, how did Piers get through? Well, they put a bunch of frost puddles that if you knew frost, you could take an alternate route through Kabombo Mountains and still get to the end. So it's like, this is the route that Piers would have taken through here. It's very, very cool.
Yeah.
It's completely useless. Like, you never use that route, but it exists in the game. Same with in Gondwan Cliffs. It shows the route that Piers would have had to. It gives you the route that Piers would have taken through Gondwan Cliffs. It's very cool.
Speaking of Piers, we have caught up to him. That black orb there that the statue is holding is why he was chasing after. This Kabambo tribe went to Madra and stole his orb from the mayor's house, so he was following them back here. And we have caught up to him at this point, so he's going to be joining us finally, and we'll have our party of 4, though not for too long.
Piers is great because he comes at level 18, which is about where the game expects us to be. We're currently level 11, so having a level 18 character that is like appropriately leveled for the dungeon makes life a lot easier.
Yep.
We just blow things up with the tier 4 Mercury summon and everything just dies.
And luckily
really
enough,
nice.
we don't need to use a mint on Piers to have him outspeed everything.
He just does anyway. Yeah.
So a lot of these fights, like kind of what I mentioned in the Gabamba statue, will just be using Piers to just do a tier 4 summon, which is really strong, especially at this point in the game, to just kill almost everything in one hit. And getting outsped means that there's not really too much of a danger. There is only one encounter that we have to use Felix to cover some damage, but even that's not necessarily dangerous.
And he wouldn't outspeed normally.
Yeah,
anyway.
and he doesn't normally outspeed.
That's fine. Actually, do you get the Apogee mint in this category?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so you can't get that as like a backup. Never mind.
Nope. And it is used elsewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, we able to do that. There normally we can take some single encounters with Felix because he still is strong enough to kill things in one hit, and it is faster to do that than like go through the whole like summon animation and then wait for Jin to come off the recovery and then re-stand by them. There is an enemy in this dungeon that has the synergy Condemn, which has a chance to instantly kill somebody. So hopefully we don't see that. Do a little setup here. Get this Thorn Crown to Felix so he has enough damage. And then move these Jinn around. And we're setting it up. You can see there that we have 4 Mercury Jinn on each individual character, so that when we use them in the summon, they all go on to recovery. And when a Jinn is in recovery, or just like on a person, like normally I would do, just a double tap in here, but when a Jinn is on recovery, it recovers 1 Jinn at a time per character. So if you have like 4 on one character, it will recover 1 at a time when we're doing that. But if we spread it all out like this, then when it does that 1 recovery, everybody gets a Jinn recovery, and then we can get our summon back for the next encounter.
Yeah, so, oh, nice. Man, you're getting a lot of attacks first at the moment. It's great.
Yeah.
The general fight strategy here is just use Piers to blow everything up with Boreas, because it'll kill pretty much everything, which is nice.
Yep. There are some... Yeah, we get it. That's way too far away. Yeah.
That's way too early, yeah.
This gear with this lash... That was a weird visual. That lash action can connect when it's at the very bottom, if you get it on the right pixel, but otherwise you have to wait until it turns all the way around to the left side. A neat little tech thing to, if you're good enough, I am not very good at it consistently. The Jinn menu is pretty laggy. So when you're doing inputs, there's normally like a half-second delay or something. Maybe not quite that much, but there's like a little bit of delay before another input will happen. But if you do it within a close enough time to each other, you can actually get the inputs to happen, and pretty quickly too. So you can just kind of slide across all the Mercury Jinn and stand by them all. Come on.
It actually takes quite a little bit of sort of build to be able to do Jinn menus fast in this game. Like, you can't just go as fast as possible and expect it to work. Inputs will get eaten and it'll be awful. Like, there's kind of a timing that you just have to get down, get a feel for it, and get it down. Which is really annoying, because in Golden Sun 1, the Jinn menu is super snappy. It's really good. Like, it gets a little bit laggy right at the end of the game, but not that bad. But then, for whatever reason in this game, it's awful.
Yeah.
And you have to really like force yourself to slow down and be super methodical getting through it.
Mm-hmm.
And so doing those menus quickly can be really tricky. And then going from this game back to Golden Sun 1, it's like, oh my god, no, my Jinn menus are so slow and awful.
Yeah, I've only ran the first game a few times when we had the race, like a year and a half ago or whatever that was. But yeah, so I'm being blissfully ignorant of faster menus and what they feel like.
Oh man, we should do another race. That race was so much fun.
It was a lot of fun.
Raffi and I entering Fusion Dragon at basically the same time for the win. It was so much. That was such a clutch win from Raffi.
Okay, so we're gonna do. Okay, reset myself. This we need to drain Felix's PP here, and we're not getting hit. Oh, there we go. That was a good one. Not getting hit, so we'll probably just have to sit here and do a bunch of moves again. That's okay. Yeah,
so like the whole point of Gabomba is you're supposed to that little rat that was jumping on the gears shows you that, oh, you can jump on the gears. And the solution to the puzzle is you're supposed to like solve a puzzle and use pound on both sides of that flashing gear in order to reverse all of the gears in the dungeon. So we kind of did one side, and you're supposed to go back up this ladder and then go to the other side, but you know, that's too slow for us. We don't like that. Although spamming move 1,000 times is also pretty slow.
Yeah, normally try to take a little bit of damage here and there, like little hits to drain his or keep his PP low, but like in Kabambo Mountains, I normally try to do it there and keep it low, but a little scary.
I drain his PP on the move pillar before you get peers.
Yeah.
And that way you drain it all there. It's a little any percent trick. We do that in any percent to make it more consistent. To make the RNG minute more consistent. But solving puzzles is too slow, so we just use retreat glitch, get out of bounds and run around the walls to get to the other side. Because we mentioned earlier that ladders, the loading zone on ladders turns off when you go in retreat glitch, but those loading zones are only one directional. So even though retreat glitch has now been cancelled because there's an encounter, we can still climb back and down the ladder, which is really nice.
So that was the single encounter that we need Felix to cover some damage for.
No Staff of Anubis, sad.
Yeah, which...
Although Staff of Anubis, it doesn't save time.
Doesn't do anything in this one,
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're just going to continue Borsing through the rest of this. And we are going to be coming up on the chain. We had mentioned that in here is where the difference in the category happens, sort of like what is available to do, and what we can get here.
Yeah, so normally once we finish Gabomba, we're finished with Gabomba and everything is happy. But we can do some silly stuff here now that is not allowed in normal no save and quit. So very soon we're going to start getting to where the run diverges, and when it diverges a lot. Like, it's completely different after Gabomba, which is nice.
Yeah.
But we have to get to the end here first. Actually, we should probably start talking about how RNG manipulation works, because we're about to do some.
Sure, do it.
So the way RNG works in this game is there are two random numbers. There's the general random number, which we call the GRN, and the battle random number, which we call BRN. The GRN controls things like encounter rates, what enemies show up in encounters, who they target when they use actions, how NPCs move around. It's the number that most people consider to be the RNG number. It's what gets called for pretty much any time the game wants to do RNG. The battle random number is used to determine the actions that enemies take. So what move they use is determined by the BRN, but who they use it on is determined by GRN. We can do RNG manipulation in save and quit categories by saving and quitting. When you soft reset the game, you set the GRN to 0 and leave the BRN untouched. When you hard reset the game, both the BRN and the GRN are set to 0. So that allows you to manipulate RNG by using resets. The whole point of no save and quit is to not do RNG manipulation, and the easiest way to ban that is to just reset the game. But we have a way to get control of the GRN in Gabomba specifically. The last room of this dungeon, which is a pound puzzle, sort of the Gabomba head puzzle, for whatever reason, is the only room in the game that sets your GRN to a specific value. Like, it will set it to the same GRN number every single time you enter the room. And that allows us to gain control. And once we have control, we have a perfect understanding of how the GRN works. So we can manipulate the encounters we get, we can manipulate who they target, we can't manipulate what actions they use, which is super annoying, because actions like the animations call GRN, so we kind of lose control as soon as enemies take an action in battle, which kind of limits the usefulness or how far we can carry RNG manipulations, but it does let us do some stuff, which is really nice.
I guess I forgot to stand by things. Oops. We got to see Nereid.
Yeah, don't use Nereid ever in this run.
Yeah.
So hopefully that made sense, how the explanation of RNG. We'll see very shortly an RNG manipulation in action. Only limited one for this first part, but we do some more extended manipulation later.
Yeah, and it's this first one it's not necessary, but it just does make things go a little bit faster.
Yeah. So it's this room. Entering this room sets the RNG or sets a GRN to a fixed value, which is super weird.
Yeah. And it also just comes with this funny interaction with the way that the retreat glitch works. Here is that it is setting the room 1 that you would normally retreat to to this room, or not this to this room. It says it's to the one that the cutscene is happening outside of Gabamba statue, which has some implications.
Well, this room exists on this same map, doesn't it?
Map. I
think that's why it works. Yeah, so our retreat, using retreat will now be, once we've entered this room, using retreat will take us to here. But I'm fairly sure, and I'm sure if Plex is hanging out in chat will correct me if I'm wrong, this room exists on the same map as the out of bounds, that outside room where that cutscene is happening. And there's a single synergy stone on that map, which means there's an item there. And because there's an item there, we can do some silly stuff with retreat glitch and chests, like we saw earlier. Oh, they are different maps. Okay, well then, there you go. I have no idea how this works then. Turns out I'm wrong. It's the same general idea though, right? It's the game is trying to call a site. When we use retreat glitch, the game will try and call the items that exist on that outside map. Which is fine if we activate, chest number 1 in a room. We can get just the synergy stone that exists on that map. But we're going to go back to a room that has 2 chests in it. And when you use the second chest, or retreat glitch on the second chest, the game gets confused, kind of like it did in Ayers Rock, where it gave us the Soul Blade. And so this chest is actually also going to give us a Soul Blade, which is kind of silly that we can get it twice. Because normally, like most chests where that works on, you just get like a cotton shirt or like a short sword or some useless item. But it's only these 2 chests that give you a Soul Blade. But this one in particular is going to come with something else really nice. So all of these synergies as well that Zedata is doing is not like misinputs. That's all RNG manipulation. We're manipulating encounters to get an encounter very quickly in that specific location so that we can retreat back into the first room without things, breaking.
Yep, and we also know... Oh, nice. Let's do this.
So there we go. Soul Blade, but this Soul Blade comes with also Isaac. Because for whatever reason, the game tries to use the function to just give you an extra party member. And normally that extra party member would be Piers, but we already have Piers, so it just sets it to party member 0. And party member 0 is Isaac. So we just have Isaac now, because why not?
Yeah. And
he's a legitimate Isaac. He's level 28. He's like the Isaac you would get after Jupiter Lighthouse.
Yep.
But now we're just super strong.
Yeah, level 28 at this point in the game is ridiculous. You don't even leave the first half of the game normally. I think even like casually at that level, you're maybe mid-20s or something. Also, shoutouts to Weird Statue over here. This statue is normally in the center of the room, but it's just kind of floating and hanging around over here. We can give Felix a little hat.
So finding Isaac there was found completely by mistake as well, by the way. It's we knew for ages that you could get a Soul Blade there, but like going all the way back is so slow that no one ever thought it would be useful until one day Plexa midstream killed an any percent run, and someone was just he had a few people in Discord and they were saying, hey, can you show us how to do this Soul Blade thing? And he was like, yeah, sure, all right. And he went and did it and accidentally got an encounter and realized he had the party swap icon in his encounter. I was like, wait, hang on a second, what's going on? And just found that suddenly we have Isaac.
Yeah.
Very, very weird.
This is the point when this text box pops up that we can do the first break here, Church.
Okay, yep. Perfect. During these longer runs, we like to take breaks every now and then, just so everybody can get up, get some water, stretch, anything like that. So we're going to take a quick break. Just before that, though, a quick reminder. If you missed out on any of our past events, such as SGDU 2023 or Juneteenth, you can check out the VODs over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. With that said, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Golden Sun: The Lost Age special, and we are in the middle of a No Save and Quit Plus run. I will hand it right back over, and we can get back into it.
We're good. When I start this text box, we'll just restart the timer in 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, so like we had mentioned at the beginning of the run, everything before this, up until when we got Isaac there, is pretty much identical. It is identical to the normal no save and quit run, but now we have access to Isaac, who is just all kinds of strong. Even with unoptimal things, he's still just going to be faster and kill everything in one hit, and we can avoid and do all kinds of stuff. So we'll still be doing a little bit of the same thing that we have to clean up. We have to get to the boat specifically, so we have to go and do that. It'll just be easier, it'll be faster, and then after that is when we have our next really large difference that we are allowed to do in this run that we aren't in the no save and quit run. So we've just got to go through a little bit of cutscene here, and then we'll get back. And this is maybe one more cutscene or two more cutscenes will be a little bit like Lori and still make sense, but once we do the sequence break, it will all kind of break open.
Yeah, we still need to hit all of the quest flags in order to get the boat, which is a bit annoying. So we still have a couple of cutscenes we have to watch, but after that, it's pretty much all go.
Yep. And this is by no means our last visit to Gabamba statue. As Conical had mentioned when he was describing RNG, that room we will be utilizing later in the run for some manipulation as well. So we will be back here. But right now we're just gonna...
Oh, do you not go back into the head to RNG manip the run back through Kabamba Mountains?
Nope, just avoid.
Oh, you can totally RNG manip that.
Yeah,
or avoid, I suppose, works just as well.
Yeah, I get in the any percent or DD% or anything else. I would imagine that's what you do, right?
Yeah, you get poison there. You just minute poison because you have BRN control.
Yeah.
So you just minute poison and then minute waft, and then you take the Madrador back to Madra because you don't need Kindle.
Yep. Unfortunately, we don't have any BRN control in this one. But
which means even though because we don't have control of the BRN controls attacks first and caught by surprise. So even though we can manipulate the encounters we get, if we ever get caught by surprise, the manipulation breaks. So even though we're RNG manipulating, we're still beholden to the RNG a little bit.
And unfortunately, too, in this category, maybe more specifically because it can't control BRN, BRN also controls when status inflicts happen, which we will get to later. Well, not too much later. But yeah, we just need to head back to Madra, like Conoco mentioned, get a quest flag so that we can actually go to the boat and do something there. We're just going to come in here, and then we're just going to start our little avoid journey. So do this. Actually use this.
So because we have Isaac, and the game never expects you to have 5 party members. So when you have 5 party members, it gets a little bit confused, and moving them around actually ends up duplicating a party member. So we actually have 2 Isaacs, and they are treated semi-independently. So the game currently is doing the avoid average party calculation using 2 level 28 characters, which is really nice.
Yep. And which we will see, this is Waft up here. This is our 3rd Jupiter Djinn. You will see that he is, not only do it, he also gets just 2 actions in fights. So we can just do this, and he can just use 2 attacks as he jumps at him here. And that's
so he only renders once, but he gets 2 actions, and if he takes damage, he takes double damage. If it's like AoE targeting, he can take damage twice. It's a bit, he's kind of 1, but kind of 2. He's like Schrodinger's Isaac.
Yeah. And there are some, we won't see it in this. I'm trying to think. I don't think it'll pop up in this, but there are some other shenanigans too. It's just like the way that the game tries to handle there being a duplicated character, and where it renders things. You can actually stack characters on top of each other. It doesn't mean anything. It's just visually kind of funny to see it. There is also a way that you can kind of move around party members. I don't actually know how this happens yet. I haven't looked Yes, where the rendering, I don't know, I walked way too far over, where the rendering of the character isn't, normally you're in like a line at the bottom of the screen, at a diagonal line. You can actually get us to where a character renders in between the enemy line and your line. And so they're just kind of like sitting in the middle of the battlefield as things are going on. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's not anything useful. They're just silly sort of visual glitches that are fun.
Yeah, when this game gets confused, it gets confused really badly. So we're just going to be coming up here. We passed by this margin up here. So we're going to be picking it up now. And since we have Isaac, also just really easy to just be faster than him. There's no, that's caught by surprise. I'm going to eat my own words here. No real danger.
Any caught by surprises now are just like, it's not that dangerous, it's just sad.
Yeah.
Unless they like CBS flee, and then it's really sad.
And you know, correct me if I'm wrong, or somebody in chat will from the community, I believe that your level also reduces the chances that you get caught by surprise if you're so far above a threshold. I think that's the same with like the encounter rate. It doesn't matter for this because we're using avoid, but like the encounter rates are slower because you're such a high level.
I'm not sure it matters for CBS attacks first, because that's just a math thing, right? It's just the formula that it uses. I think it's like if it equals 1, it's an attacks first. If it equals 0, it's a caught by surprise, and it just progresses through. But yeah, level def or encounter steps changes with level, I think. So higher level means you take fewer encounter steps at the same encounter rate.
There are no encounters from here, so that's why I didn't bother using avoid again, but we're going to use it here so in the overworld we don't get encounters. And this is actually where we normally use avoid in no save equips because we are high enough level for this area. But just going to be walking, going back to Madra. We're going to run into the first game you had Minardi and Satros. In this game you have Karst and Agashio. We're going to see Karst here, but we're never going to see Agashio. And oh, actually that's not true. We will at one time at the very end of near the very end of the run.
I also love this cutscene when we get early Isaac, like the cast cutscene, because she talks about going to find Isaac because she just finds out that he killed her sister and is just like awkwardly hanging out with us.
Yeah, and in that same cutscene too, they were talking about how Jenna has a crush on Isaac. And Isaac
Jenna has a crush on him and it's just there,
hiding in the background, just kind of like shadowing them. It's like, oh yeah, I'm not here.
Oh man, early Isaac is so silly. I love that it works.
Yeah,
and how it just sat there, like we should have found it so much earlier.
Yeah, definitely for there's a couple of different ones like the Doom Dragon skip, but there are videos of Plexa discovering them as sort of like a reaction video. So definitely go check those out if you're interested. The Isaac one and the Doom Dragon skip one are definitely favorites of mine, at least.
Yeah, so Plexa is like the godfather of Golden Sun running. Like Golden Sun speedrunning exists because of Plexa. Like most of the routing was done by him, and a lot of the weird stuff we do was all found by him. And every time he like focuses on one of the Golden Sun games, he finds something new to break. So when he was looking into TLA a year or so ago, when he was looking at new 20% runs, he found all of these weird glitches that we're now doing. And so he's, I think, coming back to TLA again soon. So fingers crossed he finds some more derpy stuff for us.
Yeah. I know that's always been a goal or dream of mine is to find something game breaking like that. Maybe one day.
Hey, I found that one glitchy log in Golden Sun 1 that only exists in Colosso, and you can't do the weird sideways push on anything else, so I'm taking that.
Oh no, can't you do that in what's the place called with the Venus Gin that has the teleport? No, that's not a sideways, or I'm probably misremembering something. I thought you could.
No, I'm pretty sure it only works in the one place.
That's too bad. I get to see Jenna turn red here. I don't know. I just always think it's funny. I really love pixel, like the art in this game and the way that it looks really stood the test of time. Same with the music. And I just always think it's funny on how they emote certain things, like just turning a character red, which is just funny. Come down here, we'll get our third Mars Gen. Who this...
slow walking steps. Disappointing.
I don't think it actually matters because the grandma moves at the same time that Felix does. If that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason, this old couple just found a Mars Gen and has kept it as a pet. And decided to give it to us and are not at all surprised by this happening. Just exploding into a bunch of red circles and getting absorbed by somebody.
Also, clearly they don't care about their margin as a pet because you give them food and they're like, yeah, sure, have our pet in payment.
Yeah,
if someone gives me dinner, I'm not giving them my cat.
But it's his favorite dinner. It's not just dinner. So we still have a void up, so we're just walking through here. It'll expire right before we enter the boat. And then the boat is where hopefully we won't have to spend too much time waiting for something. We're going to try to get poisoned in here. The boat is kind of taken over by these jellyfish. And you kind of have to go through and clean it up, as it were, as you go through. And at the end, the bosses ends up, I don't know, it doesn't really make sense. It's kind of a conglomeration of a bunch of jellyfishes, but it doesn't turn into anything like a jellyfish. And you have to kill them. But all that is to say that these jellyfish have a move that can poison you, poisonous bite. So we won't see it on all these first ones here. We're just going to mow through them with Isaac, with Planet Diver. But when we get to the last one, we're just going to kind of sit there and we're just going to hope that the jellyfish uses poisonous bite and poisons us.
Yeah, trying to get poison can be painful. Sometimes it'll happen first try, sometimes you'll have to like spam defend for like 10 turns before he does it.
Here is our frost clip, which I had been really awful at this clip recently, and now I got it right away, basically. So that's nice. So similar to that move, those couple of move clips in Ayers Rock, this is a frost clip. We just kind of shove ourselves into the model of the jelly, and then they turn into a bottle that we can frost, and our collision is matched up with it just right, where it just pops us right up there. Unfortunately, none of the other jellies in here are clippable like that. So we just have to do this semi-normally. There is one more move clip in here that we will do. But that'll be it. Isaac just...
Yeah, it's a shame in particular that this one you can't clip into.
Yeah, yep. And normally there could be stuff like this. I mentioned rainbow kills a couple times. That normally just happens whenever you kill an enemy with I'm pretty sure just Jin, that there, which I don't think summons count.
No, summons don't count. It's just a Jin's ability.
Yeah. So an attacking Jin's ability can kill them, and they'll get a rainbow kill. It just gives a little boost to the coins, which don't really matter, but experience. That can be stuff really low, but we honestly don't really care about the levels at this point. We have a level 22, level 28 Isaacs, so we're just fine. That's a void. I always forget that I don't have that right now. In the normal no saving clip, we do. Just pop up there. This is the second to last jellyfish. Just hop across over here, and then this last jellyfish, we will just hope that poisonous bite and poison happens soon. Don't have any control over it.
Yep. I mean, if we could get BR in control, then yeah, sure, we could absolutely manip poison here, no problem. But we can't, so now we just have to hope that it happens quickly.
Like this.
Oh, first turn, does a proc. Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, so even if he uses Poisonous Bite, it's not guaranteed to actually work. And now both Isaacs, because one of them got stunned, both of them are stunned. It's, yeah, silly. Oh, he's out of PP now.
Yeah, he gets one douse, and that's it. And,
yeah.
If he does...
Poisonous Bite's a monster move, though, so he can still do it, which is good. Hey, there we go. Nice.
And it's actually best that it is on Jenna and Felix, just it can help some things later. So got Felix there, and now we are going to go on to the boss. And normally I wouldn't heal here, but I'm going to heal just in case anything goes drastically wrong. I don't really know how it could, but...
Oh, you should not have said that, mate.
Well, it's only because of we have ground already. We have ground and granite, so there's not a way for us to die here. What we're looking for here is we're looking for Isaac to Megiddo twice there, and if he doesn't, it just means we have to use granite here, and then hope for some Megiddos here. Got that Kindle, which actually boosted his attack twice. One Megiddo, okay. So he'll get one action. I don't think this won't kill. If Isaac had Megiddo twice, then it would have killed. But Granite keeps us safe, and then we can just blow him up. I don't think I need Meteor, but just in case for whatever reason, we will do it. He should die on Cannon, or maybe Scorch. There we go. And that's a rainbow kill on him as well.
For all of those levels that we definitely need.
Yep. Getting the experience at this point is just not efficient. When we are fighting things at much higher levels later, they will be much more useful. Okay. A little nervous about this next thing that's coming up, so hopefully we can get it. Not particularly difficult, just don't want to screw it up. So that's poison proc that you see happen there as we're walking is going to be important. You can go ahead and explain Death Storage if you want, Conical.
Yeah, right, while you set it up. Okay, so the reason we want poison is for a trick called Death Storage, and Death Storage is what's going to let us do like hilarious sequence breaks. So normally what you need to do at this point of the game is run all the way around the Eastern Sea, collecting a bunch of Cynergy, collecting the bits of the Trident, forge the Trident so that you can go and defeat Poseidon and get to Lemuria. We're not going to do any of that. So it turns out poison is a little bit broken. If you die from poison on the exact same frame that you cross an event 0 trigger, the game doesn't really know which order to process them in, and so it just kind of stores them both, and nothing happens. And because nothing happens, it means you can get out of bounds and basically you can just run around out of bounds until something comes along to kind of fix the queue and put it all and like resolve everything. But being out of bounds is great because it means we can just skip to the end of a dungeon. And in this case, we can skip to the end of the Sea of Time and get into Lemuria without ever fighting Poseidon, which is awesome. The downside is we have to die on the exact same frame that we try and like leave the zone or leave the area, because the event 0 triggers are almost always like the entry into a region. So we have to like die at the exact same time that we try and leave the Sea of Time. And we can do that. That's not a problem. We have movements and setups to do that, but they can be a little bit tricky to do. So we'll see if we can get it. Probably worth a safety save.
Yeah, we'll be safety saving.
The movement is consistent if we do it correctly.
Probably didn't need to heal.
So right now we have to, we have to drain enough HP in order to be, we take 2 procs of poison doing this movement. So we have to be 2 poison procs away from Felix dying. So Felix is going to give his life for the cause here. So there's a few times that we're going to do this Death Storage as well. This is not the only use of Death Storage in this run. We can do another pretty significant skip using Death Storage. So one of the big problems with Death Storage is one of the things that will resolve the queue is taking an encounter. And so if you take an encounter before you get to another door, you just get booted straight out of the door that you use to get your death storage on.
Okay.
So if you take an encounter out of bounds, you just die, which is you just get vaulted out of the region, which is annoying. Not so bad here because there are no random encounters. So this movement is very specific. Everything here is very specific movement. Fingers crossed this works first try. That was the first poison proc. And now if everything goes well, we run to the left, get on the currents, and beautiful. Poison on the exact same frame we tried to leave, and now we're out of bounds. And we can just sail all the way through to Lemuria, having never fought Poseidon. Very nice.
Yeah, not dangerous at all, just get a little nervous. And we can't do anything that sort of causes like an event to trigger. So when we enter this side, the event trigger to exit the room happens, and then the actual exhaustion will happen, and then we exit the room. So we can't do something like open the menu. If we try to open the menu, it will also trigger, and then you'll just get booted out to the exits that you entered from.
Avoid running out is a scary one, so I'm kind of glad I ran out on the run to Lemuria. Because avoid running out during death storage will resolve the queue. Yeah. We also have to be a little bit careful on that last map in the Sea of Time, because Poseidon still exists on the map. So if you get too close to his loading zone, you can still trigger Poseidon.
Granted,
which we cannot fight Poseidon at the moment.
Yeah,
we would get
maybe
destroyed.
We could with. Oh, actually, no, we can't because we don't.
Well, you need the trident. We don't have the trident, right?
Even with Isaac as strong as he is, with a soul blade and being level 28, just does no damage to him.
Yeah.
But this is earlier when we picked up Piers. Got to mention this in every marathon run. For whatever reason, in all 3 games, Mercury Adepts are always surprised by somebody else using the move synergy. So when we picked up Piers, we used a move on a log, and then we used a move on this little statue here in both of these. Lemuria, I guess I don't know if they're technically Mercury. I assume that they are Mercury Adepts. They're just like, oh wow, look at that person coming over here. Kind of funny.
I mean, move is a Venus adept thing, right? So no one in Lemuria would know how to use move. So it's like, what the hell is that kind of synergy? Never seen that before.
Yeah, it's a Venus adept synergy plus Garrett.
That Garrett can use. Yeah.
Just what an anomaly.
I mean, Garrett's like one useful feature, though, isn't it? That he can use move.
Yeah. It's actually funny in the routing that I was doing for the no save and quit. Tried to get him useful as just a gym carrier, but I think with like the way that menus works up, Piers is just in front, so it's just one less inputs to use Piers instead of Garrett. It's like, well, you almost had another useful feature, but
like the only thing he's useful for is selling all of his armor.
Yep.
And also that one Tiamat he does to cover a range that is almost always not actually useful.
Yeah. I also just to be funny with this, I also tried when I was doing the Magma Rock Ninja strat thingy, I tried to get Garrett to be the one that killed things instead of Ivan, but he's just too slow. So
he's so slow.
Yeah.
Like Garrett's problem, like we're dunking on Garrett a lot, but his big problem is that they tried to make him the tank, but they did it by giving him lots of defense, and defense is just not useful.
So here at the Lemuria String, we picked up 2 lucky medals. Normally 1, you would only need. I'm going to try to get another item just because I don't think it will save the time that it takes to get the item, but I also haven't timed it out, so why not just get an item that we don't normally see. But this that we got is Eclipse, and then this second item that we're looking for here, which is going to happen here, is called the Aegis Shield. That's the one that we're hoping for. If it's Erebus Armor, or I don't actually remember what the third one is. Oh, it's this thing. It's a Hestia Blade, which is also worthless. I was hoping for the Aegis Shield. There is another lucky medal in here, but we're not gonna bother. That first try, it only takes like 20 extra seconds to try it, so why not? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Eclipse is guaranteed on the first use, so we always get Eclipse when we use it, or when we use the first lucky medal, but everything else is RNG.
Yep. Yeah, and the only reason to try to get the Aegis Shield is it has a property that it increases. I believe in the game on the detail screen it says increases criticals. What that means is that it increases the unleashed percent chance on a basic attack. So normally, basic attack unleashed chance I think it's 30%, 30 or 33. That increases it by 10, so then you end up getting like a 40% chance to get an unleash, and that can help out on some things later that don't die to a single hit, or the special synergy that Isaac will be using, or even in Magma Rock.
So it's probably not faster, but it makes things a little bit more consistent. It just makes things more consistent.
Yeah, and the only reason also why I thought it'd be fun to try to get is normally for both Felix and Isaac, in the no save and quit, he would that counts as like a hand item. It's a shield. Normally you would get the item War Gloves, which is similar to the Thorn Crown in that the defensive stats are on it. Not only is like defense not entirely useful, but it increases their attack as well. So normally we would pick that up, and Aegis Shield wouldn't even be a little bit considered. But we don't get the War Gloves because those are all the way in Izumo.
And every now and then we float with the idea there's another item you can get there called the Wild Coat, which boosts your agility, which is super useful. And there have been routes in the past where we tried to get that. We don't do that anymore because, like I said, it's RNG related. And so we don't like getting all the way to Lemuria just to reset the run because we did get a Wild Coat based on RNG. But every now and then it gets floated that maybe we should go for it again.
Yeah.
But no, pass.
Yeah, and there are two. I don't think that there's a third one. There are 2 lucky medals just along the path that we normally go. That's on top of like the Eclipse medal that we already get, that you can pick up to try for that.
Well, there's the Scoop one right next to the spring, which is
that's
you run straight past that anyway, right? Yeah.
We're gonna do a quick menu here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This. Get him into here. Oh, we don't actually have to heal. The walkout. So all that menu did is because Piers left our party, the order of the slot where your character at, it didn't just bump us back down to 4 characters. We still have 5 slots because Isaac is still kind of messing that up. But something that we can do with this status, it's just like a little minor thing, is that we're able to move Isaac to slot 4, and then he's still in slot 1. So as opposed to slot 1 and 3. And I don't know how much it helps, probably not too much since we're using ground and stuff, but there are some dangerous enemies later that have some really strong synergy, and if Isaac gets hit by 2 of them when he's that close in the slot, it can do a lot of damage. So I just move it to the 4 slots to try to minimize that as much as possible.
Yeah, it's a pretty common thing in this game to be manipulating party order based on who the tanky party members are and where you want to put them. We do it a lot in Golden Sun 1. We do it a little bit in this game, not quite as much. But yeah, it's again, helps things for consistency. Like, you don't want to lose a run because you got bad targeting on a character.
Yeah, getting a CBS on Firebirds with Isaac that's close like that, you can just
yeah,
get
you
destroyed.
can just get killed. Yeah.
And at least for this first section here, we're going to be doing 2 dungeons that are, we can't really do a whole lot about them to change them differently that we would normally do in No Save and Quit. But we have Isaac, so we're just going to flee through everything. I left Felix down, and then I'm also going to try to down all the other 3 characters, so Jenna, Shiba, and Piers. The front party members, your flee chance is based on whatever your frontline party level is. So, as an example, we're going to Aqua Rock. And Aqua Rock, if you have 2 Isaacs in the front with a Felix and Jenna with what their current levels are, which I think is like 12 or 13 maybe, it's something like a 40% chance to flee from a fight. When you have just Isaac in the front and the other 2 are down, it's like a 60 to 70% chance to flee on the first try. So it just gives a little bit of a boost there. And then also on top of that, we actually want everybody, including Isaac later, to go down at some point. So just kind of setting up for that at the same time.
Fortunately, we still have to sit through all of the Lemuria cutscenes, which is annoying, but it's like a 15-minute cutscene block, which is just, big lore dump, but there's nothing we can do to skip it.
Yep. This is...
Yet.
This is pretty much the last semi-in-order cutscene that makes sense with how we're breaking the game. Basically, Lemuria is where Piers is from. Kraden has been trying to get here for a good portion of his life. This man here, Lupin, was friends with, or at least knew Babby, came here with Babby, that you meet in the first game, and Kraden was taken in by Babby, so he's kind of like made it his goal to reach Lemuria, and he's finally got here, and Kraden's a researcher, so we're learning a bunch of things about, even more things about the way that Wayard works, how synergy and alchemy and all that good stuff is, all good fantasy stuff works, and what's actually happening, why we want to light the lighthouses, stuff like that.
Yeah, this is when they come to the decision that, yes, light all 4 lighthouses and, save the world and all that, and we're totally going to do that. Absolutely going to light
Absolutely
all of the lighthouses.
am doing that, yes. In the first game, Felix's party with Satros and Minardi and Kraden and Jenna, they do light Mercury Lighthouse and Venus Lighthouse as you're sort of chasing them with Isaac's party, and then in this game, normally you're supposed to light the final 2 lighthouses, Jupiter and Mars. But we
kind of want to do like a series any % run where you light none of the lighthouses.
Yeah, that actually
right?
would be
any
really
percent
funny.
TVS, you don't light any lighthouses. Any % TLA, you don't light any lighthouses. So you can get to the end of the game having never lit one of the lighthouses.
Yeah. Golden Sun, no lighthouse category.
Yeah, no lighthouse %.
Yeah. Got this fancy, there's always a joke here that orange one kind of looks like a croissant, and I mean, he put it in public, so we can always mention it. There was a GDQ, I think it was a summer one, I don't remember which one and what year, but Plexa was running this game, and he brought a croissant and ate it while this cutscene played.
Yeah, it's like 8:15 in the morning here, so it's breakfast time, so seeing that croissant kind of made me a bit hungry.
Yeah. So yeah, he was just kind of showing, like, when you put the maps side by side, he was talking about, like, alchemy needs to be unleashed, so that you can see that the Wayard is shrinking, like, literally the ends of the... Oh, actually, in this route... Apogee. We go to Apogee and Aparak, where you can actually see the edge of the world, and you can just kind of see that's shrinking, and it's... Whatever is on that edge of the world eventually will just fall off as it shrinks. That's been a concern, as they show there. This guy, Lord Conservato, is conservative in his ways and doesn't want the lighthouses lit, but King Hydros here and pretty much a lot of other people also think that, yeah, we should try lighting lighthouses and that, and then Lupin will give us our second to last synergy item that we're picking up, which is the grindstone, which will allow us to go to the Western Sea, which is normally blocked off in Gondola Cliffs.
Yeah, we can get there without grind as well, because you can death storage through there. There's like one use of grind that if we could skip Lemuria. It would be so nice.
interesting bit, which it will come up here. Like maybe I'll save it for there. But you can see whenever I stop, since Felix is down, his character model just kind of like hunches over. And again, nice little attention to detail, Camelot. I think aside from Isaac and Jenna, there are no other character models that are actionable, playable. I don't know how you want to word it. In a sense, they are like in cutscenes and stuff, but there are no actual models for them to be playable. This is the only auto-scroller. I can press A and start and everything all I want. I cannot forward these text boxes. Just a nice little auto-scroller where I can kind of read that Sheba's curious about Pier's age, and Jenna and Sheba kind of tease him for trying to see how old they are because Lemurians live for a long time.
Yeah, you can't speed this up. This is just pure auto-scroller. It just does what it wants to do. At least it ends with one of the few Felix text boxes.
Yep. Yeah, and in the first game, Isaac, you're playing as Isaac and you're a silent protagonist, and in this game you're playing as Felix, and he has dialogue in the first game, but he is a silent protagonist in this game.
And Isaac has dialogue in this game.
And Isaac has dialogue
Despite
in this game.
his dialogue in this game is actually really good, Isaac.
Yeah.
Dude
and
is smart.
I was actually thinking about this the other day. Funnily enough, one of his dialogue things is about on how this journey right now is kind of like Felix's journey. So he's like kind of, even though the party joins together, I was like, yeah, like Felix is still kind of like our party leaders. Is kind of his journey. Funnily enough, it's actually kind of the Isaac show in this run. Everything that we do is for Isaac does better than Felix does.
I mean, it's kind of the Isaac show in No Save and Quit as well. Right, sure, you ninja with Felix, but Isaac is still better.
Yep. Not destroy it here, as we just go out. And now we get to sail the sea again, and we're headed all the way to the edge of the world, Apogee Islands, which is right next to Aqua Rocks, which will be the next dungeon that we're going to. Unfortunately, there's just nothing that can really... no retreat glitches that are helpful in this category, no other weird glitches. There is a single move clip, and then that's it. That's our only fun that we get to have while we're there. So.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 of the rocks are kind of broken, and we can do a lot of silly stuff. One of them isn't, and we get to skip doing one of the rocks, and it's not the one that has nothing going on. We have to do the boring one, unfortunately.
Oh, come on, hit Jenna, please. If you're gonna hit somebody, hit Jenna.
Yeah, we want Jenna to die. Like, not that we don't love Jenna, but if she dies, life is better.
Yeah.
We get much better fleas if she's dead.
Run in here just because it's necessary. We are also going to... That's no save and quit movement. We're going over here.
That's muscle memory there.
Yeah, it is. Down here. Get this mint. I will carefully use that on Isaac.
Yeah, please don't miss.
Let's just do Isaac. All right.
We can cover the loss of 1 mint too, not so much.
Yeah, that's mint is mostly just to give Isaac enough agility to outspeed stuff in one of the dungeons before we really power him up to his max later. I'm just trying to make it a little bit safer. His speed right now, or his agility right now, doesn't matter one bit.
Yeah, he's way stronger than the game expects you to be at this point.
Right here, go to where that magical river went to, and we'll start making our way through Aqua Rock.
Magic River?
Which is our hand, not Magic River. That was really bad rate. Hit Jenna. Oh, actually, I should swap in Gears and Sheba too. Yeah, this is that part of the run where it's kind of like, well, got to find something to talk about because we're not doing a whole lot. We are just, get them swapped.
Yeah, Aquarock is still just run around, do the dungeon normally, and just run away from everything. Same as it is in regular no save and quit. Except our flea rates are a little bit better because Isaac is good, especially when everyone dies.
Yep.
So it's very movement heavy, do good movement, do puzzles fast. It's the only real way to save time here.
Yep. And we will be doing this puzzle. We will not be doing the retreat glitch. Don't know how happy that makes you, Conical. Oh, which, yes, this is the right way.
I mean, yeah, it is what it is.
Normally, the way this is done in no save and quit, arguable if it's necessarily faster or not, is that you would go up that ladder to our right here, and then do the retreat glitch and kind of move down on the ladder to go out of bounds and go to another ladder that is just to the right, and that takes you to the other side of where this is blocked off at. But we are not even close to low on PP, so it would take us forever to get there, and the fastest way to drain PP by healing we actually don't want to do because we want things to faint or to go down, so we're just going to solve it normally.
Yeah, it's like the one retreat glitch we get to do in this dungeon, and it only barely saves time, and if you have bad encounters, it is even slower.
Yeah.
Like, if we had decently low PP and you could get all the way to that platform without an encounter, it probably saves a little bit of time, but that's a void.
Yeah, that is a void. Just not quite, don't have a lot of these menus quite ingrained yet, like the no save and quit ones on where Synergy is situated in people's menus and stuff like that. I remember thinking a lot when learning this route is that because it is the type of game that it is with like the encounter, it is very menu heavy. Even just like all the battling, that's just all technically menus. I always remember thinking it's like the first thing to get down with a speedrun to really improve your time is movement, because if you know where you're going and you don't like have to backtrack too much, that's always kind of make this thing. You can go the fastest route, go whatever the fastest line is for that route, and then on top of that, it also reduces the amount of encounters that you get. As we talked about, like encounter rate and encounter steps, the less movement that you're taking, the less encounter steps that you're increasing, so the less encounters you're going to be getting. So that's always the first thing, and then the second thing is just when you can get really fast at menus, I can really speed up time.
It's like classic speedrunning, right? Movement and menus are where all your time save comes from.
Yep.
Yeah, but learning how to do like gin menus and all that without really thinking about it, super useful. Like, I still have save states that I use pretty much every time I sit in front of my computer. I run through all of the big gin menus for the run just to really lock them into my muscle memory so I can do it without thinking.
Yeah, which that is a nice thing about it. Probably because it's shorter, but also just because Isaac is so strong. We don't actually do a whole lot of gin moving around, like large gin menus in this game. There's like 2 maybe. I'm going to do this. So it's a little light on the menus, which is nice as well. Well, that's not going to hit. And hopefully I don't, when I'm moving, speaking of menuing, when I'm moving Shiba and Piers around like this, I just need to make sure that I keep them in the right order in the back line, otherwise it's going to screw up my menus for later and it'll really throw me off.
Yeah, the problem with having only, 5, I suppose 6 now, party members is that moving people around in the status menu is it like duplicates things in non-obvious ways. So you can't just like, oh, I have to swap these 2 characters, because you'll mess with your duplicated characters and where they are. So it can be a bit tricky to get everyone where they need to be.
Yeah. And specifically
Thankfully,
with
just-
having... Oh, go ahead.
No, I would say, I mean, at least we can still change them out in battle, and that's fine. That still works as intended.
Yeah.
So we can put them in the right spot. But yeah, but moving people around through the status menu is just doesn't quite work properly.
Yeah. And specifically with this setup with Isaac in slot 1 and slot 4, it wouldn't be a big deal by any means. But you can't get back to this setup anymore. It's only available when Piers is not in the party. As far as I'm aware, I tried looking for it in the normal setup, but I couldn't find anything.
I'm sure there's a way to do it, but yeah, I don't know how. Man, good flea rates. They're not being too mean to you yet, which is nice.
Yeah.
Yet being the operative word.
Yeah. Well, these are, like I said, I think about like 45 probably with only 1 to 50%, and with Isaac it would just be like 60 to 70%. But just winning all these coin flips, I guess, right now, which is, it's fine. It'd be nice if Shiva would go down here, but not in a rush by any means.
And it's not necessary for them to die, it's just useful.
Here is the room with our, and this is like with Felix in this down position, there is normally you could look at his model to see where he's at, but since his model is down, that's too far. Gotta look at it. Well, that's nice. See if we can just do this.
Sub-pixels, love that.
Yeah. That's good.
So like we said earlier, these move clips are sub-pixel dependent, so you can be standing on the right pixel, which he was, and it just doesn't work.
Yep. But that is...
And I hate that move clip in particular. I find that so hard to like get in the right position and get it to work. I don't know. I find that harder than the Gaia Rock one.
Yeah, that is my...
Which we don't even do in this category.
Yeah, we don't do in this one, which is nice. We were talking about that the other day. Yeah, Gaia Rock, the Gaia Rock move clip is probably my least favorite. It's not, like, none of them are exceptionally hard. It's just kind of annoying when you don't get it. You have to, like, reset. You have to move the pillar back. All this stuff's time loss, but a matter of how fast you can get it. Oh, that's a bad rate. Yeah, Gaia Rock's probably my least favorite. We don't have another, well, not a move clip like that. We do have a little Synergy cone funniness later, but no more move clips.
Yeah, the move flips kind of dry up after Aqua Rock. There's nothing else that you can really do them on.
Yeah, you advance so far in the game that they have to come up with new and interesting ways to put together puzzles. Like the hover stuff and all the blaze and burst stuff. Got to use all these different kinds of synergies other than just move. We've got I think maybe I'm not as bothered by the Jupiter Lighthouse puzzle as other people are with how long it takes. This upcoming puzzle here in Aqua Rock is my least favorite, just because it seems like there should be a way to skip it somehow, but unfortunately it just doesn't work the way that some of these other rooms do.
I mean, that's just Aqua Rock in general, right? It seems like there should be something we can do, but there just isn't.
Yeah.
Even in save and quit categories, which we can break things even more, there's like one small out of bounds we can do that saves like 15 seconds.
Yep. Yeah, all of these, when we were talking about the retreat glitch and all these doors, like there are a lot of doors in here. They just all aren't useful because that first room and even I think the back door, they just don't lead to anywhere useful. A bunch of them just lead either back to the, this is that puzzle room, they either just lead back to the beginning or they lead to the Madra overworld. Yeah,
So this is the puzzle we really wish there was a move clip on, but despite looking like pillars, these pillars are not actually pillars, so we can't clip onto them.
So we just gotta push them around like a bunch of casuals.
I know, imagine having to do casual strats.
But
I love that we complain so much about Akrok not really being that broken, and then Mars Lighthouse is also not that broken and no one really complains about it.
Yeah. Yeah, if there is stuff to be broken that would also break other things, it would be things in Aqua, right? I was like, Kanako mentioned if we could skip a grind, like skipping the grind there would be, there's a grind in Mars Lighthouse that would be really useful, or skipping burst at the comparable for that. Yeah, nobody.
There are 2 skips that we would really like in this game, and it's skipping that first grind, or the grind in Mars Lighthouse, and skipping the 1 use of Parch. We are doing all of this for 1 single use of Parch, which is the synergy we get at the end of this dungeon. If we could skip that would be awesome.
Yeah. In this category, we are actually using Parch a few more times. We're using Parch to get a Djinn, and then because I messed up earlier, we're going to use another Parch.
Oh yeah, of course, we're getting Steam, aren't we?
Yes, we're getting Steam.
Correction, there are 2 required uses of Parch. Although if we could skip Tandario, we just probably wouldn't bother with Steam.
Yeah, and
coming all the way here would just not be worth it.
That is... Okay, cool. I didn't know that you could hop onto the thing.
Oh, you can jump straight onto them? Huh.
I did not know that.
I did not know that.
My bad movement coming in content. There is a... Yeah, if we could skip Parch, we definitely would. Steam is really nice and makes the final boss makes it free. But if we could skip it, we would come up with other ways, or we would just accept the risk.
So Steam gives you buffs your resistance, and whereas defense is a terrible stat because defense only really reduces damage from physical attacks, resistance is like what defense should be because it reduces damage from like synergy attacks, which is very useful. Defense is terrible, resistance fantastic.
Sheba finally went down, so now we only have Isaac, and at least here, and even when we go to our next dungeon, there's not too much of anything that even if we get caught by surprise is too dangerous, like to just instantly kill him in 1 turn. It can probably get kind of close, but we're pretty safe. So all this for this, shoutouts to No Shadow on Piers, all this to get Parch. And I need...
Single Isaac flanking stuff is like very reminiscent of Golden Sun 1 when we go Rambo Isaac mode to run away from stuff in Alt Miller Cave, except this is much less terrible than that.
Yeah. And we're going to totally not... Parch. We're totally not going to muscle memory the retreat after leaving this room, because we have to go get Steam.
Oh, that would be so sad.
Yeah,
it's so long to get back to him if you do that. You have to do it all again, just about.
Would honestly probably, wouldn't continue the run, would just end it there, but would probably come back through this back door, just like slide down and go through the back door.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're just gonna run over here. There are 2 different ways to get to Steam. We can go down through that door, or we can go up here. They're both about even. There's like a couple seconds differences between them. That's pretty much it. Got this little river here. This is what we need Parch for, is because we can't just run up this really shallow water. We have to stop the floodgates. For some reason, Steam isn't affected by it, but we are. That's neat. I'm pretty sure Isaac outspeeds Steam here, but I'm going to heal him just in case. Don't need to caught by surprise and then die or something. Oh, attacks first.
Oh, never mind. Attacks first. Even better. Steam is another one of those Djinn that we do not want to get CBS flee or caught by surprise and have him flee because you have to reset the room and do the parch again, and it's gross. Like Jin don't have a high chance flee. It's like less than 10%. It's like 8 or 9%, but it's just so annoying when they do it.
Yeah, and the percentage chance, it's similar to how your percentage chance to flee works. It's based on your agility stat, I'm pretty sure. Or agility and level, or something along those lines. Anyways, it also counts for the enemies whenever they try to flee. So how much higher or lower your stats are, it can make him harder to flee. So having a level 28 Isaac probably means it's a really low chance for him to flee, but regardless.
And Jin flee fails are super fast. It's like the fastest thing they can do is try and flee and fail.
Yep.
So like when we do RNG manip stuff, when we have to fight Jin, we tend to manip them to flee fail because it's super fast.
As opposed to like an attacks first, you can't always get an attacks
first. Yeah, if you can't get to an attacks first, you manip a flee fail. But in RNG manip, you're normally so under-leveled that like you can't kill them in one turn. You need the double turn to kill them.
Yep. All right, so that is technically, I guess, everything that we are going to do in the Eastern Sea. So we are going to head over to the Western Sea. You could maybe argue that Tandaria Tower is technically Eastern Sea stuff, even though it's all the way at the bottom of the map in sort of like Antarctica. But we are just going to get there through the Western Sea, which normally there is not a way to get there, but we're going to do a neat little thing that I am sad is not utilized anywhere else, because it's just kind of neat. Be showing that here soon.
Doom Dragon % uses it one other time to get into Aqua Rock because you can Sanctum Warp out.
Yeah.
And so you save the runaround. But yeah, it's one of those things that we just wish it was more useful than it is, but it's sad that it isn't.
Yeah, there are so many interesting glitches and things that are in this game, just not all of them are applicable to being useful in a speedrun. So we just have to come up with our own fancy categories to be able to utilize them. So all we're doing is we're just tagging that town Narabwe real quick for a setup for a death warp later. So normally whenever your party all faints, it goes back to the last place that had a sanctum. So we're just tagging it for that. This is the Western Sea as we pass through the Gondwan Cliffs grind there. We're just gonna head straight south to Tandaria Tower.
So now we get a big bump in encounter strength. So it's a little bit scarier if we take encounters. Oh, nice, you got the encounter skip. So this is the trick. This is how we get in. This is called grounding the boat anywhere. On certain geometries, you can just kind of wedge the boat into the land and it gets stuck and you can just jump off it. Which seems like it should be super useful. The problem is you can't get the boat back into the ocean. So the only way to get the boat back is to death warp or to sanctum warp, and dying is just kind of slow in most cases. So it's unfortunately, grounding the boat is not that useful.
Also, being poisoned anymore is not useful.
Well, not yet.
Yeah, not yet, and can't use it. We're just gonna do this. I hope this is the right way. Don't ever. This is not the right way. Is this the right way to that room?
To the thing. Oh, jeez, good question.
I thought it was this way. Apparently not. I don't think this is the right way. Nope. Okay. Well, guess we don't need to go this way. Guess we'll just get it when we pass by it for the first time. Okay, that was weird. Yeah, normally we don't go left there. There is.
Is it on the? It's in the sliding room, isn't it? The first sliding room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know the actual front door to that sliding room, or where you can come in from the right side.
Yeah.
There is a right side door in that room, right?
I think so. Yeah. Whatever, it doesn't matter. We don't need it. It was just a backup. Speedrunners who don't actually know how to do the non-speedrun strats. Classic.
Well, it's more about just not getting the agility on the Doom Dragon fight. So it's this room. It's that chest over there. We'll skip it. We'll be fine.
She'll be right.
If not, there might be some just last minute strategizing.
Yeah, impromptu routing at the end.
Impromptu routing at the end, which is just always just great in a marathon at the very end of the run. Just making sure we're gonna get him healed all the way up. And I have those set, yeah. Okay. Reflux can be a little bit dangerous. He has access to quite a bit of strong synergy. Eruption is not one of them. Just kind of hope for a Megiddo to get a kill, which we did. So just have to make sure that Isaac can tank 2 hits. The way that synergy, AoE synergy works in this game is that even if it was a synergy that could hit 4 people, if there is a downed person in between, it won't reach across that downed person. So having Isaac at the end with downed people between him means that the synergy will still only hit him once, even if it could do it, even though it could maybe hit 4 across. I wasn't actually sure if that harpy, that Banshee Howl, I think stuns, which would have been sad.
It has a chance. Yeah, pretty sure that has a chance to stun, which would be awful if that procs.
Just do the death warp early.
Because then you can't run away and you just have to, do the death warp early. Yay.
Just go without all these. Normally, hotkey is moved here and no save and quit, but it's not. Plus, do the death warp early and just maybe think about skipping Wheeze and just go get something else instead. Actually, no, can't even do that because still have to get burst.
So we're gonna skip solving this puzzle because move, the actual hitbox for move is conical shaped. Insert conical jokes here. So you can just touch that, you can just have it access that pillar from the left, which is silly, and you got that way faster than I did.
I really like, I don't know why I like it, but I like that tech for some reason. It's strange to like something specific like that.
I think that's the only time in the speedrun that's useful, but you can do it in so many places.
Yeah. In this speedrun, yeah. There is, in No Save and Quit, there's the Ankle Ruins one, which acts as a cone still to be able to get it. It doesn't go around another log like that one did, but it's similar.
Like I was watching just a casual streamer of this game, and they were doing Animos Sanctum, and there's like a point there where there's a move pillar like next to a wall that you can't access. You're supposed to solve this convoluted puzzle, and he just put himself in the right spot and used move and got it out of the way and skipped like half the dungeon. I'm like, I love that you can do that.
That's funny. Tundaria Tower is also where you would pick up a trident piece, but we already beat Poseidon, so we're just going to leave. And I don't know about running this category too much, because then muscle memory will just cause me to skip it. No save and quit. So here coming up, we're going to get another Jupiter Gen Wheeze. It's another out here in the open. That was nice. Open. We do actually want Shine Plasma is, I think, the worst one. We actually do want to take some damage here. Okay. Well, attacking is the worst.
Okay,
also.
Attack is even worse than Shine Plasma. All right, this will be fast.
Yeah. Normally, he has things like Destruction Ray and Sonic Slash, which can do like up to 150 damage, which is really nice because we want to down Isaac now. Maybe if I get back to the boat, I should have showed this off. Maybe if I get back to the boat, I'll hop in and okay.
We did well. I mean,
just because I want to show it, and it's only one.
Faster.
Yeah, so like kind of mentioned, when you get in this boat, you can't actually leave. You're just kind of stuck here. So that's why we have to death warp. Okay, that's a little better. So all we're doing is we're trying to summon a Djinn that we can't to not do anything. Oops, 2 inputs.
Yes, so defending reduces damage taken by 50%, so it's faster to just fail a summon. Because that way you still take 100% damage. And everyone being dead doesn't matter because Isaac just has revive.
And we also want to drain PP on somebody. It just happens that I don't think it's really reasonable for it to be Felix that does it, because the Synergy Summon Aqua Rock. But who knows? Maybe we'll route out PP. I haven't really routed out PP management too much in this, because we've got. But all that aside, we've got we've got probably the biggest, other than the Death Storage ship side. We've got the next biggest things coming up, which is gonna be a lot. But okay, well that was unlucky.
Oh, that's so annoying.
This area right here is actually reachable by land when you're going to Gabambo. Okay.
Come on, chill.
Yeah, there is a Mercury Gen chill here in the world, so we're just stopping here to get him. Normally, it's really fast to get. Whatever. I just got out. I should have flinted and echoed, but I was supposed to flint and echo there. Did that instead. Yeah, pick him up. And now we're going to head. Earlier on, when we were in Gabamba Statue, we mentioned that there is some more of the manipulation that we're going to do there. So we're going to do that right now. As soon as I get back to Gabamba, and unless, well, at least the first part of it, unless I get a specific encounter here, then I will skip one of the manips. But it's a pretty low chance, and I even skipped the encounter. So we're just going to continue. We're going to head in here.
Yeah, so it's time for the second Death Storage. So we use two uses of Death Storage. The first one was to get into Lemuria. The second one is coming up. In order to do that, we need poison. Of course, you take the encounter like straight away. And while we can't manip poison specifically, what we can do using the Gabomba head, which again, as a reminder, will set the GRN to a known value so that we can control the encounters that we get. By doing that, we can manip an encounter that is likely to give us poison, which is great. We also want to come back here anyway to pick up Mud, who is one of the more useful gym because he lowers agility, enemies' agility. So it's just kind of nice that it all comes together for us to be here at a good time.
Yep. There is another backup mint here. We will also not get that one. Do this. Head on down here.
Mud in No Save and Quit is normally one of the scary gym that you really don't want him to run away, but it's, again, only bad here if you get caught by surprise.
Yep.
Which I think happened to you in a practice run the other day, didn't it?
It did, yes.
Yeah, you got CBS fleed by Mud, and it's like, oh my god, why?
Indeed, why? Right. Yeah, so came down here first. So we're going to retreat, and then we're right outside the room with the head. So this first one, I guess something of important note is that even though we can set this specifically, the area leading to the overworld in Kabambo has a bunch of GRN stuff. So you actually need to do fast enough movement to get out here on a known GRN. So you can't like accidentally move too far to the left or right as you're running down there, and then you'll just totally be off. But we're gonna...
Yeah, the random wanderings of NPCs calls GRN, and so NPCs moving ticks the GRN, which is super annoying. It's reasonably consistent getting there. Like, you have a couple of frames to get out on, so it's not, the movement's not that hard, but you do have to be a bit careful. If you get stuck on anything, then it doesn't work.
Yep. So we manip getting this encounter, the two assassins encounter. There is another one, I think Ollie does it in his, where you can go out to the Western Sea, like get Winston, the Western Sea, and get the shells. But I didn't really like that because you can just kind of die, and I didn't want to like, oh yeah, I got poisoned, but now I can't flee or kill them. I'm gonna do this because she's a little bit low, which seems silly, but it seemed a little bit dangerous. So we're just gonna sit here and hope for a poison sting to proc. The encounters with the shells on the outside does have a benefit of having 4 of them in it, which means that you can do less of these defend turns in between. So it could be faster, or at least not take this long. Okay, there we go.
Hey, there we go.
And then just run away. Okay, and it is on Isaac, which is good and bad, but we're going to make a safety save so that we only get the good, so we don't have to... It doesn't... Like, we could just come and do this again if we screw something up, but we're just trying to save some time here so we don't have to keep doing it over and over again. Yeah, we're going to run up here, we're going to reset this thing, and then we're going to use specific synergy to advance the GRN to another known value where magma rock and probably other things specifically, it requires a pair of GRN numbers to have a low rate. We need that low rate for this. And this will get us to there.
Yeah, so this death storage is much more difficult than the Lemuria death storage because in Magma Rock, so essentially what we're going to do is we're going to use death storage to skip needing lift to get into Magma Rock. Normally you have to do Jupiter Lighthouse, get the entirety of the Golden Sun 1 party because Garrett comes with lift and you need lift to get into Magma Rock. But by doing death storage, we can get around that. The downside is you can take encounters when out of bounds, which is just awful, right? Having encounters is bad because encounters will reset the death storage and it'll just kick you out. So you need an encounter rate sufficient to get to the door out of bounds. We have to run a long way out of bounds in order to get to the door, or in order to get to the zone where everything gets cleared. So we need to manipulate an encounter rate that I think is rate 4 or better in this category. We can get away with a rate 4. Maybe a rate 5 will get you there, which is incredibly unlikely to find a rate 5 just naturally. That is an unreasonably good encounter rate. But it gets even worse because the actual encounter rate you get, or the actual GRN that you enter Magma Rock on, is somewhat dependent on the game's global timer. So you can actually get 2 different outcomes that are separated by, I think it's by 3 ticks. So we need to find a GRN seed that gives us 2 encounter rates separated by the right amount of GRNs that can get us to the door, and then do the death storage. And oh, he only took the 1 tick? What happened there? Did you hit something?
I'm not sure. Let's see, how do I
that was interesting.
Soft reset in this game?
AB start select. AB start select.
Okay. Yeah, I might have been... I'm actually just
you're going to have to go back to Gabomba now, right?
Yes.
Because soft reset says your GRN to 0. Yeah, we have to go back to Gabomba.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, not entirely sure why that failed.
Oh, great. Well, I think she has granite. Somebody has granite, I think. This is actually a really bad encounter to get with this. Hopefully we don't have to... Yeah,
like I said, getting into Magma Rock is very, very difficult. Like finding these encounter rates, and then even the movement is non-trivial movement.
I'm gonna have to reset because Isaac's just gonna die here. Yeah, it's gonna work.
Yeah, you're gonna take an immediate encounter again. It might almost be better just to hard reset and take the attacks first.
I don't actually know how to do that. We'll just do this here. Healing pull up. Hit these. We're gonna use a move. That's a retreat. Just to change the encounter we're gonna get, and then we'll just run back here. Okay, 1 Megiddo. Yeah, really unfortunate. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why that failed.
What it was there. So this is now technically an invalid
unless you got your RNG manipulation wrong and it was just you took an encounter and that's what kicked you out.
That could be, yeah. Could very well be. Yeah, as you were talking about, these are rate 5s. So rate 5s in better work for this. And it is like just barely getting you there. The rate 5 is. Yeah, I might have miscounted the...
Oh, yeah, no, Carrie's right. Saving advance to GRN. gives you a +1 GRN, so it was an encounter. The safety save killed you.
Okay.
Of course. I'm like one of the few people that actually runs RNG manip in this game. I should know that. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I did not know that it did that.
Yeah, it gives you a +1 on the GRN. I even use it in my any percent route. The +1 GRN from the save.
Well, there you go.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Gary.
That's all right.
I'm so embarrassed. I should know that.
Just count these out here again.
Yeah, so we just have to set all this up again. And so now we've seen what happens when it fails. And yeah, one save. Safety saving caused that death storage to fail. That's how tight this is. Actually finding GRNs where this works is incredibly difficult. I don't know how you go about finding yours, Aded. I think you have a script that you're using to find yours, don't you?
I made a script to find them. Yeah, whatever the closest one was.
I brute forced it to find mine. +1 GRN, didn't work, try again. +1, didn't work, try again. And I brute forced it until I found a rate there that worked. It took about a week to find one.
Yeah.
So same as in Sea of Time, it's very specific movement so that we get out of bounds on the exact same frame that Isaac dies, and now we're out of bounds. And we didn't take an immediate encounter this time. So we can run, and you see how far we are incrementing encounter steps this entire run. And once we get that text box, excellent, and we are now through. So now we've cleared the stack without an encounter. We hit a specific tile that cleared the stack, so we're good. So all we have to do is not die before we find the door.
Yep, which we're just setting up our gen for fighting through here.
So I have a question in chat. So GRN is the general random number. The game has 2 random numbers that we use, or that it uses to figure things out. The one that controls encounter rate is the GRN, which is the general random number, which we can manipulate, so we can gain control of that by entering Gabomba Head. The other number is the battle random number, which is the BRN, which we can't gain control of. We have no way to control that.
This might not be correct, but it's close. Yeah, and as you see, I took one step and we immediately got an encounter. So it's like, it's half of a tile or one tile away from reaching that. So similar to like when we talked about leaving Kabambo, if you do any extra side movement, like left or right, you will miss that that exhaustion before the encounter, before you're far enough. I forgot to hotkey these.
And so now we're in Magma Rock without ever having done Jupiter Lighthouse, which is awesome.
So
this is technically possible without RNG manipulation, but the chance of it happening is just, it's tiny. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, no fault on you, Conical, definitely, for not mentioning that, but I just didn't know that saving or saving.
I should have realized that. It's so annoying. Yeah, a save gives you +1 GRN.
Good to know. Well, can you? So technically, that actually is really good to know, because there might be. I think this is the earliest GRN, but it is really difficult. Whenever you use Synergy, it advances the GRN by a specific number. So if for whatever reason the number that you're trying to get to is not divisible by all of those numbers in a certain way, you just can't get it. And you have to do something like take an encounter or something, or just advancing one could actually be really useful, because you can save in these categories. You just can't save and quit. Interesting.
Yeah, that's true. You can save, but you can't quit. So you could use saving to manipulate the RNG. Yes, to get a +1.
Good to know. We're learning things every day.
It's just a really slow way to get a +1, but if it's like if you're one away from getting there, then yes, it is useful.
I've been talking about that. If you didn't notice, I'm not necessarily using burst on things. For whatever reason, the developers of this game decided that burst doesn't need to check your Z coordinates, even though this is kind of just a 2D game. there are Z coordinates, and it just doesn't check those for burst. So we can just use it on the wall where something is up above that we want to burst, and then we can just kind of skip through a lot of this exterior here, and just kind of get around. But
yeah, that is absolutely not intended. Like,
I thought that's... Oh,
Yeah.
no, it's the other thing. I thought that died with that. No. That's actually...
so the downside of getting here with just Isaac is that we're not really leveled enough. Normally we would either put ourselves into a ninja class, which is super fast and kill things, or we would just run away from everything here. But everyone's a little bit too squishy for that. Like, Isaac alone is not enough to get away. It becomes so too dangerous, and flee chances are too low and they hit too hard. So we have to kill stuff. Every encounter is killed in a different way. So because this is still quite a new category, no one has really mastered the encounters here yet. So sometimes we get them wrong.
Yeah, I have Isaac in the 5 Mars Jin class, which is both faster and has higher attack than the full Venus Jin that we could have him on right now. But then also just have Boreas and what am I doing here? Stand by me. That's what I was going to do. Can't think
another
and
comment
do
in
things
chat
at the same time.
about Jupiter Lighthouse. Yes, we are skipping Jupiter Lighthouse completely. We will never go to Jupiter Lighthouse. No Trial Road, no Jupiter Lighthouse. We go straight from Magma Rock to Mars Lighthouse to do the end of the game. There are only actually 2 points in the entire end game, or in the entire game, where the Golden Sun 1 party is actually required. One of them is to get into Magma Rock. One of them is in one of the wings of Mars Lighthouse, which we can also skip. So we don't actually need the Golden Sun 1 party. If you remember from my run last week, I made an absolute mess of this. So hopefully Zedata, I don't know if he's going to go for the extended climb, to... Oh, you are? You're going to dunk on me. Oh,
that's not because I'm dunking on it. It's just how I've been doing it. So I meant to ground him, but that's fine.
So I very nearly soft-locked when I did this last week. So now hopefully we're going to see how it looks if you do it properly the first time.
We're on the ladder.
Fingers crossed. So right now Zedata is climbing up essentially a ladder maze without being able to see. And it's not... So in Ayers Rock, you can just like bump into walls and stuff and it's fine. It always lines you up. Climbing up this ladder maze is not so simple. There are essentially floating paths that you have to hit with very precise timing. And if you get it wrong, we get stuck.
Should be good.
You can't reset.
Good.
You can't open the menu. Did
fine.
You not make it?
If I screw up something in the first one, I just have a backup that should get me there regardless of where I end up at. So we're going to do the backup now.
Fingers crossed we get there.
I did a safety save before it, but I'm honestly not worried about getting soft locked here. Just did it just in case. So
hey, you did it. Nice. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, the movement that I do on the ladder, if I screw up any part of the movement, I end up in one of 2 different locations, and you can do the same movement from both of those locations to reach the end of the ladder maze. It's slower, obviously, because you screwed up, and they're at 2 different parts of the ladder maze, so you could technically like get out if you were on the higher one up, but just as a backup to get out safely. Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't.
So that skips. It's slightly faster if you get it first try, but only by like a couple of seconds. But it skips the potential of being knocked off the ladder. It's great in RNG manipulation categories, which, to be fair, we are no longer RNG manipulating. You lose control of the GRN in Magma Rock Exterior. You get essentially GRN advances every frame at 60 frames per second, so there's no way to control it. But in RNG manipulation categories, doing that extended climb is super useful, and it saves a little bit of time in this category as well.
Yeah,
if you get it first try.
But
like risk reward, right? It's like it's really nice to show off, but it's not worth it doing it in runs.
I'm like I said, I'm not worried about it with the backup movement. But the other couple other side benefits. The reason why the GRN and why it's good for there is because there are burst flames like going back and forth between statues on there. I don't actually know if there are other things on the screen that are changing, but those are changing GRN. So not having them on the screen stops the GRN from changing to something that you can't control. And then another two benefits, those things are laggy. It kind of makes that whole screen kind of laggy. And then just another benefit on top of that is because there's not too much space, but there is some where you are walking and increasing your step rate. So you could get that little bit that just gives you just enough to not take an extra encounter next year. Very unlikely, but always possible. Ground you. Isaac isn't, with all the gen that we have available, he just can't be faster than some of the things in here, and some of the things in here can hit pretty hard, and some of them even have condemn, so they can just instantly kill him. If Isaac goes down in any of these fights, it's highly unlikely that we are escaping. We could maybe get a fleet off, but it's not very likely. Oops. Not what I meant to do, but that works.
And that's particularly awful if he dies, because we can't get back into Magma Rock without doing death storage again. Yep. We still don't have lift. We still have no way to actually get here properly.
That's right. Our safety save is at the blind climb, so we'll only go back to there. So we won't have to do the death storage event, but yeah, if it was an actual run, it's just dead. Gonna do this to recover some gin. Oh, I did have them all already. Okay, I thought I had one more. When you hop across gaps like that, normally when you hop across gaps like that, it is increasing your movement ticks so you can get your gin recovery to pop up.
Without increasing your encounter steps as well, which is nice.
Didn't go far enough. Oops. See if we can get to the 0th cycle here. If you do this burst in the right movement, or in the right spot-ish, you're close enough to this rotating platform that you can hop onto it as soon as it passes by. I don't think I'm going to be in the right spot. Oh, got really lucky.
Oh, nice, you got it.
And this, for whatever reason, this jumping across doesn't increase your movement tick. I don't know why. It seems odd. Other things.
So getting that cycle is actually scarier than it looks, because if you're standing in just the wrong place, you end up in a position where after the animation plays, Felix just won't move, and you think you've soft locked, and he'll sit there for like 20 seconds before anything happens. It's very weird.
Blizzard, ground you.
So this is one of the annoying encounters because the Phoenix is super fast and hits really hard. Thankfully, there's only one, and we have ground. Ground is one of the best gin in the game because it will remove an enemy's action. Yeah, in all 3 games, ground is probably the Lull, who we're going to see later, is the most overpowered gin, but ground is probably the MVP of the speedruns. Like, he's so useful in all 3 games. Removing an enemy's action is just so good.
So we're just going to try to utilize that a little bit here. Take away from some of those encounters. Oh, I don't have that off. Sure. Just be a little bit annoying to have to use ground, but the other annoying part about this setup specifically is that as we talked earlier when we were going through Gabamba, spreading out your gin across to get recovery ticks can help get your tier 4 summon back, which is what we're doing. We're using Boreas and Thorgan here. And speed those up. There is, like we said at the very beginning, this is not optimized really. There might be a better setup to be able to spread those gin out. But because we are using 2 Isaacs, we are actually limited to 3 characters. So it's even more so a little bit odd to find like a good setup with stood by Jin to be able to use the summons like we want. There might be something with like putting him on like a 3 Jupiter Jin or 4 Jupiter Jin, just using Boreas for a lot of these, which I don't have because I didn't set the Jin. We're just gonna do this. And then also just haven't quite totally familiarized myself, so I always forget that I have to do stuff with Jin here.
Yeah, normally we just either go into the ninja class with everything set and don't ever touch Jin, or we just run away from everything and it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But now we actually have to think about it. If anyone's familiar with Golden Sun 1 speedruns, the end of Golden Sun 1, I do that every time. The end of Golden Sun 1, the last dungeon, Venus Lighthouse, which is where we're killing stuff with summons and each encounter is like at least 30 seconds. We love getting attacks first there because they save so much time. It's exactly the same here. If we can get attacks first here, you save so much time.
Yep. Yeah, and the the experience at this point is really nice for Felix and Sheba. Oh God, really? Well, hopefully this guy doesn't.
Yeah, this is awful. The little death can use Condemn, which is an instant kill. If he uses it on Felix, on Isaac.
Oh, well, it procced, but it's
Jenna.
on Jenna. So.
Bye, Jenna.
Yeah, goodbye, Jenna.
Yeah, we don't care.
Yeah, the experience here, it's nice. Oh, I don't think all this experience missing out by Jenna is going to matter for the Doom Dragon stuff, but I do need to revive her, though. Can't easily either. Piers? Yeah, Piers has it, okay. And get our ground back. And got a Jin recovery. Yeah, it's a little bit but the experience wise for our final boss fight we want to have enough agility, and we want enough agility on specific characters. So the way that I'm setting it up is that I want enough experience on Felix and Jenna, but not a whole lot on Piers specifically. I believe Ollie uses Piers in the front line and gives him a bunch of experience. That's probably a better way to do it. I am using Jenna and Felix, and I really wanted to use... okay, come on. Can't talk and... Okay, well, it's going to be a long encounter. Can't talk and play at the same time. I'm using Jenna and Felix and Isaac because they are my 3 favorite characters in this game. So this wasn't automatic. I was like, hey, I could just take this to use my favorite characters.
I like these guys. I'm going to use them.
Yeah. Piers and Garrett are my 2 least favorite characters. So I didn't even want to use Piers. I wanted to use Sheba. But there are some risks attached to that. So I had to give up on one character.
Yeah, like we said a few times, no one has really dug heavily into this category just yet.
Yeah.
One day.
I think the location routing is pretty good for what we're doing. Oh gosh, okay, 21.
Yeah, it's like the how do we clear summons or how do we clear encounters and what characters do we use here and what Jin setup do we use. The actual order of events of stuff I think is pretty set.
Yeah. I think I miscounted it. Okay, got 2 more.
I mean, there's probably a few things you can do around getting into Magma Rock a bit faster, but
yeah,
whatever.
Okay, so do this.
Like you can probably just go from Gabomba through to Chill and then back into Kabombo Mountains that way to save a trip.
Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that.
Would probably get there. So you just death warp to Gabomba instead of Nerubway. Might be faster, but who knows?
As long as we're under 4.5 hours, that's what matters here.
Yeah. So there, we retreat glitch. By going to the back door of Magma Rock, we can retreat glitch into a door that doesn't actually exist, that you can't access any other way. You just retreat glitch to a door into the final room of the dungeon, and we just get to the end, which is nice. Oh, nice attacks first. Great attacks first.
And this also...
it's also really nice because the magma ball still exists on the map without having to watch the cutscene for it. Super useful.
just laying on the ground, but no model for it.
And there we go. That's Magma Rock done.
Magma Rock, all done.
It's weird leaving Magma Rock and not seeing the boat.
Yeah, right.
Because we don't.
Wingless boat.
Yeah, we actually have to sail everywhere. We don't get to fly.
Yeah.
Got to take the long way to Loho.
I'm really hoping this is a very, very low chance it's happening. There is actually a spot in this Western Sea here that you can get Eastern Sea encounters on. I'm hoping that I run into it just because it'd be funny to get. And it's actually good if you do get it because we're so high level that you get an instant flee, as opposed to like these guys, we're gonna kill these guys just because safety reasons and having really fast, having some more experiences. Okay.
Yeah, the encounter zones and what encounters you take where are a little bit janky at times, which is why Zedata is sort of hugging the coast so much with the boat, because encounter zones are like square tiles, but the coast isn't. So there are times where you're technically within the land encounter zone, but you can't take land encounters with the boat, so you just don't take encounter steps.
I haven't really looked at when is hugging good and when does it not give you anything yet, but just kind of hug it in general. Beaches are also really
beaches
good.
Are fantastic. You take almost no encounter steps along beaches.
Yeah, we're heading to the town called Loho. We had to pick up the Magma Rock. This is one of the 2 locations for the Magma Rock. We're gonna just use a dwarf cannon to blast open a wall. Right here's the encounter. Oh, we didn't get it. Okay, unfortunate. We're gonna use it to blast open a wall.
It's like 4 tiles vertically out of the land in one very specific point where you can take it. Why? Why is that a thing? Yeah. It's like someone just decided to draw Eastern Sea encounters there in a straight line. It makes no sense that it's there.
Yeah, and then the other thing, Conical mentioned the Djinn, a Jupiter Djinn is in here past that blow upable wall. We are going to pick this up because he needs some PPE. Shouldn't be taking that game too, but yeah, that's a Jupiter Djinn right there. We will be picking up. That is the really OP Djinn that Conical mentioned. Lol. Got an antidote.
It's so sad that we don't get Lull earlier in the run. It comes so late.
Yeah, getting it on, having Lull on bosses that have multiple actions, like Poseidon, would
I was going to say, can you imagine
really
if we had
strong.
Lull for Poseidon? Oh my god, Poseidon would almost be free.
Yeah. Because the way that some bosses are set up in this game is that they have multiple actions, and their first one is based on their agility, their base agility, whatever, compared to yours, and then like past that, there's like some other agility calculations to see when their next action happens. Whenever you use Lull, the turn just ends. So if you are set up in a way that you are either just faster than them, or even like on some of those earlier bosses where you might not just be explicitly faster all the time, like you can use Lull in between their actions and it will just stop their last action or however many more they have, and would be really powerful. And that's why it's so OP, and we will see that later getting utilized.
Yeah, Lull, given we get him so late, he puts in so much work in the end game to just make the end game essentially free. He's so good.
Yeah. We got 2 more Djinn to pick up. One of them is another really strong Djinn. It is the same exact mechanic as Ground. Ground comes from the first Golden Sun game, and you can carry it over. We carried it over by manipulating which Djinn come with Isaac. You can also do it through like a password or something. It takes away an enemy's action. That's nice. The one that we're going to go get is Petra, and it acts the same way. Both of them are priority Djinn, and both of them take away an action from an enemy. Gosh, really?
The last one you get is Mold, yeah?
I'm getting gel.
Of course, yeah, of course, gel. Yeah, fun. More chances.
And
to
this one we do have to safety score.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just going to go up. This is sort of the back way to get to Petra. And then no saving quick category, we get Petra as we are going to Shaman Village, and we go up through the river that you'll see just to the left here. Normally we're going up that river there. But we're going to, I don't know if that was an attacks first. That would have been nice on Petra.
Watch this be attacks first CBS.
We are. Okay.
It wasn't. So you can only get like 2 back-to-back pre-battle events. So you can get attacks first into attacks first, or the one that everyone gets scared about, attacks first into caught by surprise. And they quite often do come as pairs. So whenever you see an attacks first, it's like, hey, great, but also I really hope the next one's not caught by surprise.
Yeah, exactly. So just utilizing ground, and then just the first turn is just to hope for Megiddos, and then we don't have to even think about or worry about the next turn. Maybe it's slower, maybe just like doing some gym and stuff would be faster, but I prefer to not think right now. We'll get that up, and now we're going to go get our final gin called Gel. Gel isn't particularly special in usage or anything, they're just a mercury gin, but we get to show off a little bit of specialness. I'm going to safety save right here.
Yeah, so this is super scary, which you're not going to know that based on the music. But you can soft lock yourself doing this. Fingers crossed it doesn't happen.
I'm going to exit.
This is also I think it's frame perfect, this trick. Or it might be a 2-frame window. So essentially we're trying to set Felix up into a position where he's going to bounce. And at the top of his bounce, just like that, you can interact with Gel. The downside is you can bounce halfway up the ledge, and if you do that, there is no way to get off. You are within the confines of the category, soft locked. So that was really good. So basically you just bounce and open them and press A at the same time and you collect him. So really nice hit.
I'm not sure if those
that didn't happen.
That's good. Yeah.
So Gel is one of those gin. It's actually faster to get Gel in no save and quit than pretty much any other gin at the end. Like there's a few options that you can get, and Gel is the fastest, but no one does it because no one wants to risk soft locking 5 hours into a run just to save 10 seconds.
Yeah, there's also, like once you get to this point with current strats, there is some science stuff going on currently, but at this current point with current strats, there is no reason to get Gel. It would just be an extra gen and doesn't add any value. But yeah, we have now enough gen to be in the super strong class, the ninja class for Isaac. This class takes 6 gen, so that's why we had to wait to actually get into this gen. Everybody needs to have at least 5 gen, and then you can get another one, and somebody can have 6. And then what we do is we give him 3. It takes 3 Mars and 3 Jupiter. Jesus, okay. 3 Mars gen are sort of known for their high power, and then their Jupiter gen are known for their high agility. So when you have this mix like this, the ninja class ends up having a lot of attack and a lot of agility. So and he's actually pretty tanky too. That's probably just because it's a 6 gen class than anything else. So he's just really fast, will outspeed everything from here on out, and will also just about one-shot everything. It also comes with a really good synergy shuriken. I was wondering if I was going to get this one or not.
Very rare encounter. You need a bad rate to get this encounter.
Yeah. And didn't walk through any for us either. But yeah, so shuriken, as you can see, if you look at the numbers at the bottom, it's doing an even distribution of damage across all 3 targets that it hits. Normally with synergy, and this was supposed to be the case with shuriken, but the developers screwed it up for whatever reason. The outer targeted, like central target of the synergy uses just takes less damage. Shuriken, because of the developer screen up, does the same amount of damage across all. It is also a Jupiter aligned gen, so it's really effective against a lot of enemies, and it is based on your attack damage. A lot of synergy just does a base value of damage, and then that distribution kind of changes things. Shuriken is, and there are some other synergy as well, but it's just based on your attack value. So on top of being in a ninja class with high attack, and then having Thorn Crown and the Soul Blade on Isaac makes him really strong and really just can kill everything all by itself. And there's 2 of them, so makes things even simpler.
Coming up on a good time for a break?
I will walk into the final dungeon up here, and then we'll take a break there. Oh, sorry. I was thinking about the break, and I needed to just continue
mashing through
just
the same cutscene again and again. Yeah, I do that all the time.
All right, so yeah, we can take a break here.
Why isn't the cutscene ending?
Sorry to distract.
No problem. This is where we were planning on doing it.
Perfect. So during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour and a half or so, just so we can get up, stretch, get some water, anything like that. Just before we go to a break, a quick reminder. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games Done Quick Hotfix. So if you like any of this content that we put on, these showcases, going places before, or any of our other daily content, it really does help us out to keep putting these on. With that said, we'll be back in just a few minutes for the rest of the run. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Golden Sun The Lost Age showcase. We are near the end of the game, so we can get right back into it whenever you're ready.
Alright, we'll start back up in 3, 2, 1, go. Whatever that matters, since this is already an invalid run. That's okay.
What, your tiny little bit of off-camera movement?
Oh, it happened. It was one of those things in Mars Lighthouse that I need to investigate. It was very, probably hard to see. When I went through that door, Felix just kind of like popped up. Probably won't amount to anything. It's just interesting. These doors in Mars Lighthouse are just so weird.
Yeah, Drifting Pancakes looked into it. It's not useful.
Nothing. That's too bad.
Yeah. I think you can't override the loading zone, and so you don't ever do anything interesting with it. It happens a few times in Golden Sun 1 as well. It's not useful.
Well, you can override the loading zone with desk storage, so you can ignore getting that. But the problem with like going through doors is that they're surrounded by impassable terrain, which I don't know if is the case here, and maybe somebody else has already looked at it.
This is the grind, by the way. Someone, if there are any glitch hunters watching, if you can find a way to skip that grind, please, we would love you forever. Because then we would never have to go to Lemuria. Because we can get out of the Eastern Sea using desk storage. Especially with Isaac, because you can just avoid and never take an encounter. And it's fine.
So we're going to be going through, oh, okay, that's not first apparently. We're going to be going through this dungeon pretty normally for the most part. There is a, glitch, skip. I'm not really sure what you would want to call it necessarily. It's, for whatever reason, called dumb skip.
It's because it's a dumb skip.
Because it's a dumb skip. Basically what we're doing is, like, when we get into this room, there are fire spitters, like, just shooting out. And those fire spitters would normally knock you down onto the lower area. What we're going to do is we're going to open up the menu and then exit the menu fast enough where the fire won't be there. Just need to line it up here. And then, of course, I went 1 pixel too far. But then you can open up the menu and then close the menu fast enough and move before the fire spitters are actually there to push you off. It will look like we're running through fire, but we're not. Okay, well, nice job.
So, but I mean, that was a good visual cue of that the fire disappears when you go into that menu, right? And again, the timing on that is somewhat precise. You can't just mash through the menu frame perfectly. Like if you do frame perfect mashing through there, then you fail and you get pushed off the ledge and it's sad. So you have to get your timing a little bit right.
Yep.
And it's also I think it's sub-pixel dependent. There are, it's not a guaranteed chance even if you do everything perfectly to work. Like on the right pixel at the right spot, it's very likely to work, but there is a chance it just fails and you get very sad.
Yeah, and we have to pass through that room one more time later, so we'll be doing it there, and then there is a arguably harder one that we're going to be doing after that for 3 of them. And for these first 2, each time that you miss it, it's like 20 seconds or so to run back, depending on what encounter you get and stuff like that. The other one is a little less time loss, but it's just a little annoying. I just failed dumb skip 3 times. That's just a minute gone, and all because I was bad.
Might almost say it's dumb.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Right, because it's that shouldn't work. It's just so dumb that this is a thing, which is kind of why it's dumb skip.
Yeah.
It's so silly. Or are you going to try and go for swaggy right side?
No, because I've never done it before. I didn't even know it existed until you tried it in your run.
I'm convinced that it doesn't work on console. Like, I get it 100% of the time when I do practice on emulator, and I can never get it on console. I'm convinced the timing doesn't work, that there's some difference.
Yeah, normally, like what Conical was mentioning about, there's that pillar in the top right of the screen right there that you can run to that one and pound that one, and then you only have to do 1 pound. But this one, we just have to do 2. It's fine. It's no big deal. Just a little bit. This is a room that has a gin in it. We are going to completely, even though we pass right by it, it doesn't give us any benefit. That's Balm. Just another Mercury just hanging out on a rock.
Oh, there's a question in chat. Did we get the Soul Blade early? And the answer is yes, we got a few of them. We have currently 3 Soul Blades, technically.
Yep, we could pick up a 3rd Soul Blade if we wanted, but both of our Isaacs...
Well, I mean, we have 2 Isaacs. Each of the Isaacs has one, and Felix also has one.
Exactly. Both of our Isaacs already have one. So this is our... I should have attacked these instead, but anyway. This is our 2nd go at the dumb skip. So hopefully we can get this one on our first try this time.
You know, in Doom Dragon %, I actually get the legitimate Soul Blade.
Oh, nice, really?
Because it's too slow to get the one out of
Ayers Rock.
Ayers Rock, yeah.
Okay, nice.
And then I want Felix to have one, so you just get the legitimate one.
Yep. Where's reveal? Here it is. I don't have this hotkey. Do this. Teleporting through here. We are heading to the first pass-through of Mars Lighthouse, since we didn't get a first showcase of activating a lighthouse for Jupiter Lighthouse, so we skipped it. We have to first, turn on Mars Lighthouse, essentially. There is a boss fight just before that we have to do, and so we're heading there right now. It's about 4 rooms away. And this is where we will get to see our first power of Lol. And Ground and Petra too, honestly, in this one, because we have to do it twice, but get to see our first showcase of Lol.
Sad you didn't go for the move skip here, given that it's already an invalid run.
Oh, that's true. I also don't know how to do that. I assume it's just you have to try to save on the right frame.
Yeah, you save it. It's a 2-frame window, yeah. And then you reload and you survive the drop, or you don't get pushed far enough to drop.
Like pop in here, and as soon as you're available, save.
Yeah. So as soon as you you have to. So there's 4 frames that you can save on, and you need to save on either frame 2 or 3 in order for it to work. Okay, this is not good.
This is fine because we have ground here.
Oh, because there's only one of them. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. At least there's only one of them. If there were 2 of them, Isaac probably dies there.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
Yep, the old Phoenix, lots of experience. We're gonna heal. He's not even level 22 yet, so we don't have access to Wishwell either. No encounters in this room? Okay. no encounters in
Bit of
this
a
room
useless.
either.
I don't understand why that corridor
Just
exists.
dungeon layout.
Yeah.
Try to make it realistic. But that treasure chest right there was the actual Soul Blade chest. That apparently you get in Dungeon and Doom Dragon percent.
Yeah, I get it in Doom Dragon percent.
Alrighty.
Which is fun. It means you get to go to the room underneath
Oh,
the Soul Blade, which is a bit of a silly room.
gotta slide off.
Yeah, you slide off and then you go down there, and then if you take an encounter down there, you just go straight back to the point where you slid off. It's a bit of a silly room.
Right, here's Doom. Here's our setup here. This. This is not correct. That's supposed to. I'm gonna do this. That's supposed to be the wall there. I'm gonna do this. This is not correct, Jin, at all. I'm just gonna make sure I have this all set up correctly. What do you have? You have open sour, big gel. So not sour. Sour normally goes on him. And it has flint. Echo on him. Cannon. Okay, so that's correct. Iron goes here with spring, reflex, breath. Petra, mud. Breath, zephyr, cannon, sour. Iron, still like to move. Oh, this is correct. Okay. Then we're gonna do something funky here. I'm gonna set both of these and I'm gonna stand by them. That'll be important. Okay, shell, frog. Okay. I'm gonna move that over. So we're getting rid of our Isaac on the side there set up. I'm just gonna double check. I pressed B.
Oh, you pressed B.
Yeah.
Oops.
And there's no rush to get here because we have to wait as well. I'm just gonna check this real quick. Petra. This should be correct for Echo.
Yeah, so standby order for Jin is very important. Can be very important because the game actually keeps track of the order that Jin would put on standby in order to set the priorities for recovery. So essentially, by putting those Jin on set and then standby again, you manipulate the order at which they recover, which is nice. So you get the right Jin back at the right time.
It's a good thing I did double check because I didn't have mud set, but we should be good now. Just gonna do a safety save because why not? And then we're just gonna go through here. So we're gonna ground and Petra both of them here, and then we're gonna mud as well. So we already have 2 Venus Jin, so Petra and ground give us 4, so we can summon Judgment, and then mud will slow them down. All of these summons that we are doing, we are targeting the left dragon. So we're going to kill that left dragon first. We're just going to defend. Here is the lull usage. Judgment, proccing again. We just swap in Shiba because she's holding on to some Jin that allows us to do the summon. Proccing didn't go off because Jenna is minted. All right, we're taking some extra turns.
Can we eat extra turns?
Yes, because we don't need the Jupiter. Well,
okay.
Yeah, we'll see. This will be Boreas. Yep. Okay.
Shout
Well, there's where
that
that
accidental mint 3 hours ago that is still causing problems.
Yeah. Yeah. We should be fine. There's not really a way for the single dragon to kill us. And I think nope. This other Jin or this first dragon won't die. So we might just have to do some.
Fingers
on the
crossed it
fly.
doesn't do anything mean.
Cage.
Oh, it's just Cage.
Easiest.
Cage is fine.
Yeah. All right. And then what do we do here?
The one time you ever actually want to see Cage.
Normally we would Petra here, and we would swap in this. We can not use Tiamat. Okay, we're just going to do this. We'll try this. We're going to Tiamat here. And we're going to Judgment here. Oops. Judgment. And Granite. So we're Petri. The right Flame Dragon is the one that has the scary moves like Jin Fest and stuff like that. The left one just kind of like does a bunch of damage, but we have Granite on this turn, so and he dies as well. I should have targeted him with Tiamat. Might have to take even an extra turn. So we got
Routing on the fly, don't you love it?
Shade back. We're gonna swap back in Felix here. You don't have Petra or anything. You're useless. Sure, why not? Cool, and Eclipse. I think this will end up killing, but we'll see. Okay, it did.
Nice.
That's not how that's supposed to go. All because of that mint. I didn't even think about that. I only thought about Doom Dragon.
It's still incredible how one missed mint 3 hours ago is still causing us problems.
Yeah.
One extra level of agility makes such a big difference.
Yeah. In that turn, Felix is supposed to be faster than Jenna, so then before Jenna uses Lull, Felix does the Procny summon. And so this is gonna be there. And then he can do Eclipse on the next turn, and then that will kill that left dragon. Jenna having a mint won't matter in the Doom Dragon. She is the fastest character in that fight. So we're all good there. But you know what?
So skipping Jupiter Lighthouse kind of makes that cutscene a bit silly as well, because you get the Mars Star despite the fact that Isaac never had the Mars Star taken off him, and then suddenly you have two Mithril bags because
also,
Jupiter Star.
2 Mithril bags in there, so...
well, that one contains a Jupiter Star, so that one's not so bad, but...
That's true, yeah. Alright. Moving on from funny routing things, we have activated Mars Lighthouse at this point, so now we're coming up here, and this dragon talks to us telepathically. We have these 4 different things here that we need to... I need to do this quick. This is this... Echo for, these are, normally it's because I have, let me think here, Char, he has Char, okay, this is fine. Now my things are all messed up here. Get Shade over to you, Petra, Granites to you, Breath, you won't have any of those. Ground to you. Let's go. You want mud, you want that. And then flint for spraying and gel for echo. Those should be fine. And then echo for reflex. This looks close to correct. That'll be good enough. Oh, and then 1, 2, 3. And just getting back to 2 Isaacs in the party there, so.
Yeah, sadly we can't put them slot 1, slot 4. We can only do 1 and 3, but...
Yeah. Or maybe 2.
It really doesn't matter. He outspeeds and kills pretty much anything except for the Firebirds anyway.
Yeah, and if a Firebird, if a Firebird shows up, we have a ground usage on one of them, so that Isaac won't die. We are heading to so each of those 4 doors leads to a elemental alignment for each of the ones. So the one that we're going to first is Mars, which I think is like in casually is kind of like the one that you want to do last if you follow the order of the lighthouses and when how they got lit. But you can kind of do any 4 in the order that you want. We're doing Mars first. Not for necessarily any particular reason. The ones that we do, we could do 2 of them in any order, and the last one we do. But there's an enemy in Mars Lighthouse that shows up more often in this Mars section than in any other area. They're called Akamanas. They are not particularly deadly in any way. They are just slow. The encounters we don't want to see are 2 Akamanas. If we see 2 Akamanas, we just kind of grunt and get through the slow encounter. But those are the ones that we don't want to see. Those are the only ones that don't die to just a double shuriken from... Oh, it's too bad we didn't get the disappearing.
So yeah, if you had him held for a second, you would have gotten it. What a shame.
In the Doom Dragon percent, do you have GRN here that you can...
Yeah, it's really hard, though, actually, to manipulate it. Because you take encounter steps on the platform, so you have to be super careful with your movement, but also fast enough to actually beat the fire.
Oh, yeah.
So it's non-trivial to do it. and you lose RNG control, GRN control outside. So you have to do it through a reset, which means you have all of that to deal with as well. So it's non-trivial, but yes, I do it because it does save time.
Yeah, what we're talking about is that's pillar right there that's lit up.
Sad.
Yeah,
if you take an encounter as it tries to get lit up, it just disappears. And so you don't have to do that last burst, and you can just run straight to the end of the room. It has been known to happen in speedruns before. I think Carrie had it happen once.
Yep. And it's one of those things where it's so minimal. Actually, you don't even have a choice. You have to take it because there is no alternative. With it gone, you can't light up the actual dragon head that does the burst, so you just have to. It's not like something you can just ban or say like, oh, you went, 5 hours and change into your run, and now it's just invalid because of something random happening.
It's a pretty good time save too. It saves like 20 or 30 seconds. I mean, and it has a good chance of skipping an encounter,
Yes,
so it's a really good time save.
Yep. There'll be some time where, hopefully not, things are so optimized that if you don't get that, your run's dead for world record.
Oh, that's never going to happen in no save and quit.
Yeah, definitely not.
There's way too much RNG stuff in a regular no save and quit run for that to be ever required. Ooh, that was close.
It was. So, as you can see, lots of Akamanas.
Yeah, I call this the Akamana room. It's just you. For whatever reason, in this room in particular, there is a particularly high encounter step rate. So you just take more encounters per step for whatever reason. So you take a ton of encounters, and they're all like Arkamanas and Minos Warriors, and they're super slow. And it caught you by surprise. This room is awful.
This room is awful. Yeah, Freeze Prism is well, whatever. I didn't mean to attack with Jenna, but Freeze Prism is like the strongest thing to do. Like all the other stuff is we just kind of don't care about. There's Haunt. That actually
there's
might
Human
be
Hunt as
scarier.
well, which can kill
It's
things.
such a slow. I've never seen it proc out of all the times that I've seen it happen. But yeah, all that is to say, Akamana encounters stink. We don't want to see them.
Oh, how's that last rate? Damn.
Yeah. There we go. We've lit up the Mars side here. I don't know why I went over to that one. And
Muscle memory.
yeah, we will go. Oh, actually, yeah, it is muscle memory. We will go to the Jupiter side now. Each of these sides is also like all the puzzles in them are kind of themed in the same way. So like that Mars lighthouse had lots of like fire spitters and stuff like that. The Jupiter side, which we didn't see Jupiter Lighthouse, but in Jupiter Lighthouse, there is a lot of cyclone-y wind stuff. There's actually no hover stuff over here at all, which is a little surprising.
Thank God.
Thank God, yeah.
Thank God.
Because then we wouldn't
We haven't
be able to
even
do
really
this.
used Cyclone yet, have we? Except to get Mud is the only time we've used Cyclone.
Yeah, Mud and the Apogee Mint
Oh, yeah.
are pretty much it.
But we have no way to skip getting Cyclone anyway, so because you have to watch that cutscene.
Yeah, have to watch that cutscene specifically to get to the boat.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't have that. Have to do this. He needs Frost. Actually, it's not Frost for this one yet, so it's still on me. Yeah, so Jupiter side will have the Cyclone. The Venus side has a bunch of sand stuff, which I should heal. Don't see in this. So how are we going to get through that? I don't know. Probably something that we've been using. Jesus Christ, where is this?
Yeah, it's the Venus side. Also, you need to use Carry, which is Golden Sun 1. Yeah, Golden Sun 1 Synergy. So it's the other required use of the Golden Sun 1 party that we can skip. We don't ever need the Golden Sun 1 party. We only get Isaac because he makes things fast. We don't technically need him.
Yep. And in this side, you saw a flame spitter get covered up there. There is another flame spitter up on this next part. Oh, actually, this is This is a hover usage here.
Oh yeah, but
normally
because of
yeah. Normally you would use hover to skip this puzzle, but because dumb skip exists, we can just skip past that flame spitter.
Thank you, Sid, for finding that.
Yes,
For finding dumb skip.
Thank you very much.
But this is the slightly harder version because this flame spitter moves. So this is dumber skip.
Dumber skip, yeah. The sequel.
Yeah.
That might be good enough.
Oh,
Nice.
nice YOLO skip. I love that.
Yeah, so you can see like the little hover pad there. Normally you have to like go to the other side, push the block there, and then do that whole thing. But not here. Not with dumber or skip.
Which means Mo Whopper is still just chilling with his hover jade and we never get to go visit him.
Oh boy, really laggy cyclone. Oh please.
The game gets super laggy when you're outside here because of the snow, and it's calling GRN every frame, so it's really thinking. So it just goes so slow.
And I don't
Like, these are the
think-
kinds of places where emulator saves a lot of time because emulator just doesn't lag there.
Yeah, don't think the Wii U is known for its processing power.
No.
Or Game Boy Advance for that matter. Game Boy Advance is, I would assume, is pretty good, but yeah. Anyway, on to the Mercury, the little fish. Mercury Lighthouse side here. We just continue ninjaing our way through things, and as you've seen, Akamana is not nearly as prevalent in these other sides. They can still show up, and they do, but it's just not nearly as often. Cool. But yeah, so we had cyclone usage, we had some flame spitter stuff. This Mercury side is all about frost and the sliding ice puzzle, which, funnily enough, I don't think we skipped any of the no save and quit. Oh, okay, this is the dangerous one. That's fog. I don't think we skipped any of the ice puzzles that are in no save and quit. We had to do all of them in this one.
Yeah, no, I don't think you get to skip any now. How annoying. I
Yes.
hope you like level up noises.
Yeah. Ton of experience with two of those. They are the second highest experience, which is the only other one that gives more experience is an enemy of the same type, just in a different dungeon, a higher level dungeon. Here,
Good old Wonder Birds.
I should heal because I took...
Casual's favorite enemy.
Yeah, exactly. We want frost here.
Except me, I hate Wonderbirds. I broke a GBA because of Wonderbirds once.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when I was a kid, I got CBS'd by a Wonderbird just before the end of Sea of Time Isle Cave. Right at the end, just before Sentinel, I got CBS by like double Wonderbirds and party wiped, and I rage quit through my Game Boy across the room and broke it.
Oops. Yeah.
Yeah, oops. And now 20 years later, I still rage quit at bad RNG. Nothing has changed.
It's a little too bad that you don't have to really go there except for the 100% or like fancy categories that you defeat super bosses with. So there's
Yeah, it's silly as well because you can get in there without teleport. Like you can sand glitch your way in there. It's such a silly dungeon.
Right, that was probably our last encounter. We shouldn't begin, even there is another room after this we can encounter. Unless we get bad rate, we should be able to walk out of here fine. So that was probably our last encounter there. So we're gonna blaze this. And we have one more side to go do. This is so laggy. And And there we go. We have completed the fourth side, a yellow fish. Cool. So now we are going to go to the final boss. And this should be an entirely free final boss. He can't do anything to kill us. He can't use any of his special things, but if you want to talk about, I'm going to do the menu.
Yeah, unless the mint causes problems.
Yeah, it shouldn't, because Jenna is the fastest character in this fight. So if you want to go ahead and talk about it.
So the Doom Dragon as the final boss is, when you're playing casually, is actually quite difficult. So it's a 3-phase boss fight where in the first phase he gets 4 actions, but none of the actions are really that scary, and then he gets progressively stronger as he goes on, especially when he gets access to Cruel Ruin, which is an ability that does a ton of damage, and it's awful. But for speedrunning purposes, all of the stuff that we care about, which are like Jin Storm, where he can put your Jin onto recovery, and Ground Force, and Guard Aura, all of these always happen on his first action. So as long as we can remove his first action, there's not really anything he can do to us. And we have 3 Jin that allow us to essentially skip actions. We can use Ground, which removes his first action. We can use Petra, which removes his first action. And we can use Lull, which just ends the turn. So that means there's not really anything he can do that's that scary. So all we have to do is deal damage. And the fastest way that we really know to deal damage is a 3-turn cycle that is, some people call it the Dark Side of the Moon strat, which I like. I like that strat, or that name for it. And essentially it is a system where we can set up using summoning Judgment and summoning Eclipse every 3 turns. So turn 1 is basically, a healing turn where we use Spritz and we use Lull, and it's a bit of a slow turn. And then turn 2, we use Judgment by, with Ground and Petra and Granite, which all come out with priority, and then we get a Judgment. And then turn 3, we use the last of the gym we need and summon Eclipse, and then it just goes back. And we just repeat that over and over and over again. And in this category, we do that, I think it's 7 times. We repeat the cycle 7 times to defeat the Doom Dragon.
With
so
an
we do
it. Semi-cycle.
Yeah. So as long as not having the mint on Felix doesn't cause problems, this is a completely safe fight. There's not really anything. He can never really do enough damage. We have enough options to heal, and it happens often enough that he just can't stack enough damage on anyone to kill them. And we remove all of the actions that are kind of scary, which is really, really nice. It's a fantastic strat.
I did have to stand by an extra gen on Piers because he was just playing faster than Felix with it. So it did come into play a little bit. I don't know if it would have mattered if I had minted Felix, but we should be fine. Felix or Piers will be.
How much did he outspeed him by?
Piers had 3 more agility than Felix, so the 1 agility probably would have still made him required to stand by the gen. It makes this...
Of course, those things all change when you stand by stuff as well as you get recoveries. So
so I had to stand by this one specifically because Piers has 2 Mars Gen on him, and the 2 Mars Gen class for Piers is actually a pretty fast class relative to all of other Piers' classes. So just stand by that, and then he's in a slower one for the turn that matters, which is the lull turn. And I safety save before this, so if for some reason this still doesn't work out because of that mint, then we can finagle the gen in a way to make it work out. Yeah, sit back, enjoy the music.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite soundtracks in the game.
Really
That's a boss thing.
Yep.
And so turn 1. So a couple of priority gens. So Ground and Granite act with priority, which means they will always go first, which is nice. So you can put them on slow characters and have them go first, and then we get enough on to use a Judgment, which, nice damage. And the Mud, also very important because that halves Doom Dragon's agility. So now everyone should outspeed him. And then this is where Steam comes in handy because Steam increases resistance. And there's not really... I don't think Doom Dragon has any actions that do physical damage. I think everything is elemental damage, which means resistance reduces so much damage that he does.
Yeah, I think in this first phase, one of his actions does have an attack action, but I'm actually not 100% sure. I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't the case.
It might be a first action though, his attack, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be.
Which means we don't ever see it.
Yeah, exactly. The other weird thing too that this first phase can do is he can actually defend, which is more just annoying than anything, because if you more in the no saving quick category, you just kind of have to you have to do an extra summon just to cover if he defends the Eclipse or Judgment, just to make sure you can kill him in time. But in this one, we don't really care. If he defends on like a high Eclipse damage, it's not that big of a deal. Because we'll just keep doing these same 3 turns over and over and over again, and you can't do anything.
And he will die. Nothing he can do about it. The only way this fight goes badly is if Zidane misinputs.
This was more safe having that 2 Mercury Gens set on Piers. You guys see that Piers right now is at 146. I think his max HP currently is like 220 or somewhere around there. I think that he can do enough damage in multiple turns in a row to do it, but he has to like target Scorching Beam him, target Cruel Ruin him, and then target Cruel Ruin him and target Scorching Beam him, so it's very unlikely to happen. Yeah, the power of Lull.
Yeah, Lull is he's so good. Like, you don't realize, and until you really dig into what you can do with him, you don't realize he's just sneaky good. Everyone thinks Kite is the best Jin in the game because, 2 actions, but you have to sacrifice an action to get 2 actions. Lull just gives you a free turn. It's basically a free attacks first on command. It's crazy. And then you can also use it to do summons after. It's crazy.
Yeah, funnily enough too, I can't recall if this is what you said. The Doom Dragon just also has things that lower your defense. Just funny. I think that's what you were talking about.
It's like, why? He has no abilities. I looked it up. He has no abilities that do physical damage. So defense is completely useless. You could have 0 defense and this fight would be fine. It just doesn't do anything.
Which is just so unfortunate. I really wish that this had... It just means that like items don't really mean anything. It's all class gen. There are items that give like attack and other stats other than defense, but it's just unfortunate you can't do those things. That's just the way the game is.
Yep.
This is
fine for us. We can just keep spamming out all the stuff that works for us. Makes Doom Dragon easy.
This is the 3rd time going through here. So the first phase is almost done. There are the 3 phases. There is... I was going to mention something, and now I totally blanked on what the thought was. One of the interesting things about routing this fight in this category specifically is that there is always a duplicate character somewhere, whether that's in your front line or if there is a duplicate in the back line. The way that a lot of the buffs work in this game is that you have a certain number of turns until it wears off. Having a duplicate character makes the turns go by twice as fast because there's 2 of them. So right now, Piers is also in the back line. So the steam resistance and the agility buff from Zephyr wear off twice as fast. But we are using Zephyr where it wears off on this at the same turn that you use Zephyr. And on that turn, Piers is using Shade, which is priority gen, so his speed doesn't matter. So just something a little interesting there. That is also...
so we use Mud on the first turn of the Doom Dragon fight to lower his agility. but we use Zephyr for the rest of the fight to raise our own party's agility because all of Doom Dragon's stats reset at the end of the phase. And so it's really hard to line up the end of the phase with having Mud available and still having everything else that we want to do available. So it's just better to just continually cast Zephyr on ourselves.
Yep. Oh, 198, that's a little bit lower than I thought it was. Yeah, so this phase...
Ruin targets could be nasty.
Yeah, is the most dangerous. See, Desert Grass doesn't mean anything. It doesn't even do that much damage.
His most damaging action that he can do is Cruel Ruin, which he only gets access to in Phase 2. And in Phase 2, he gets 3 actions, of which we remove 1. So if he were to like double target or target Piers with something damaging on his first action, and then target Piers again with a Cruel Ruin, Piers would be very close to dying.
Yep.
But then in the third phase, he only gets 2 actions, of which you remove 1. So he can still use Cruel Ruin, but it's like, who cares? We can just heal straight after. He's not going to kill anyone with it. He can't one-shot anyone with it at that point.
There's a lot of Desert Grasps going on here.
Yeah, it's good. It's fast.
Yeah. The only synergy usage in this fight, which Will and I just keep forgetting. Oh yeah, but the turn that we don't use it, the Doom Dragon also does have a priority gen guard aura, which you just used, and that's significant. It's even better than defense. It significantly reduces any damage done to the Doom Dragon. But
it's like a 90% damage reduction. It's like a flash. Yeah.
But our priority gen are better than his priority gen, and go before his priority gen. I think because it's based on agility still. I'm not sure. Yeah. Based on agility, so we're faster than him. But the only time that they can use it is on that lull turn, but we're not doing any damage on that turn. I think in Ollie's, he is doing stuff like chill and waft or blitz or something on the lull turn to do some damage. So you can do some like calculations to do a faster or a less amount of turns for the Doom Dragon, but not thinking is also nice at the end of a 4-hour speed run. So I just gotta let it go and have no risk.
Yeah, and you can kind of anticipate it, I suppose, because, I mean, his first turn is actually on a cycle. Ooh, if this targets Piers, this could be dangerous.
This is Granite. 70, so
okay, he can... Okay, he targeted Jenna, so
Piers can die here. But we are almost done with this phase, so... should be fine. Yeah, that was a targeted Blast Breath on Piers, so that's why he was that low.
Blast Breath is super strong, like it's unreasonably scary.
Yep.
Blast Breath does a ton of damage.
That did not fully heal Jenna, but she'll be fine. Jenna, because I put her there, she is actually probably the strongest character in this fight right now. But health-wise and agility-wise, at least, she is the fastest and has close to the most HP. Felix is right there with her. I lost track of counting how many phases we're on, so we're just going to continue with this. We're not going to go for a quicker kill. That is the second phase done, though, so a lot safer from here on out because he only gets 1 action now, which can be Cruel Ruin, but 2 Cruel Ruins targeted might not even kill him.
Almost there, a couple of turns away.
Yep.
Just like in regular no save quit, timing does not end when the Doom Dragon dies. We go all the way to the end of the game, all the way to the end of the cutscenes. There are some frame savers at the end.
And Wishwill takes 13 PP to use. You can see that Felix right now has 32, so down to 19. So we have 1 Wishwill left, which is just enough for everything we want to do. I'm pretty sure this is the last true cycle, but we'll just continue normal because I don't want to screw anything up and redo this long fight.
You can always just use Wish as well if you're a little bit low on.
Yeah. Yeah, there is option, especially earlier on when he doesn't use Cruel Ruin. That wish can pretty much cover the damage.
Yeah.
But this is fine.
You don't get spritz, do you?
Nope, Spritz comes on one of the... I actually had looked at bringing Spritz over with Isaac, but there wasn't really anything reasonable name clear wise to get Spritz.
Yeah, Doom Dragon percent, I get Spritz for Isaac, and I think it's 74 name clears to get deep enough to make it work.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's sort of, there's an argument to be made. So if anyone who's been here since the start doing the name clears, there's an argument to be made that we should probably include that in the timing, but currently we don't, which means we can do silly things. Like I think Ollie has a category that he did where he did like 160 name clears, which is a bit silly.
And just like a lot of our other nice tool, there's like a tool for figuring out what kind of stat rolls you can get and what gen are carried over, and just seeing how many name clears between Felix and Isaac you need to get. But so at least you don't have to brute force that. That would be a terrible experience.
That would be so bad.
Terrible.
That would be so bad. Do a name clear, go halfway through the game, see what you get, do another name clear.
Yeah. This should be our last turn here. If not, then, well, we'll just do another cycle. But this should be last clear here. The quick kill for this would actually be to just defend on that lull turn with everybody, use lull, and then use blitz with Jenna and use Atalanta with Isaac. I think that's the fastest. Well, he wasn't gonna die anyway.
Oh, he didn't die.
Yeah, it's all because of where the defend in the first phase happens.
Yeah.
If he doesn't die on a specific phase, then the damage means that you have to like go all around. That's fine. So this is why,
I mean,
not
you
counting,
could route
not
through
thinking.
that, right?
Yeah,
Because defense
probably.
is first action turn, and first action is on a cycle.
Yeah, and if you noticed, didn't use Shiba at all. Whatever gen are on Shiba, she has 4 Jupiter or Venus gen, so we could use a judgment somewhere to cover that damage easily. I just had other things to worry about, and haven't bothered wrapping that in yet. But yeah, that is the Doom Dragon fight. Nice and easy. A little bit of danger there because of that mint. Oh boy. And I have accidentally used that mint on Jenna before. That is not the first time that I have done that, but
That's not as punishing in regular no save and quit.
yeah, there are a couple other mints that we pick up as well, so you can do all that. But yeah, got to the end here. You end up finding out we skipped so much lore. We skipped so many cutscenes, which is really nice. The Doom Dragon ends up being Felix and Jenna's parents and Isaac's dad, as the 3 heads. And you can actually kind of see that in the model and the way that the Doom Dragon uses Synergy. The Synergy they use, it's all Venus and Mars aligned stuff. And in the first phase, when there are 2... or when there are 3 heads, they use a lot more Venusness because Felix and Jenna's dad and Isaac's dad are Venus aligned adepts, so they just have some more of that. And then Jenna and Felix's mom is Mars aligned, so then she has some Mars synergies. That attention to detail.
Shout outs to
coming in
Isaac for knowing exactly what was going on as well and still fighting anyway.
Yep. Kraden before the fight is like, no, don't fight them. And then I think it's Isaac or Garrett or whatever, just like, be quiet, Kraden.
Yeah, but then after the fight, when it's like revealed, Isaac is like, I knew who they were the whole time, but I, still fought anyway. I can't remember his exact line, but he basically says he knew that it was his parents, but it didn't matter because the fate of the world is more important, despite having not lit Jupiter Lighthouse.
Touché. I don't know why they included this random bit of Mercury Lighthouse in here. Maybe they just didn't want to put in the animation for the lighthouse like coming back together, even though they do it in the first Golden Sun game. But it's just weird having the Mercury Lighthouse map in the Lost Age because of that.
Is that like, it's one of the few Golden Sun 1 maps that are actually in this game. Or are the other ones hidden there in memory somewhere?
Yeah. We don't do time here. We got, if it was just a cutscene, we probably could end it even though maybe dialogue and stuff, but we actually do have some movement, so don't want to screw up the really hard movement at the end.
Just a couple of cutscenes to go.
Yeah.
Shout outs to leaving the house as though it was stairs as well.
Yes, and that's
Derpy little visual glitch.
that is the whole reason why Doom Dragon Skip exists.
Yeah, so if you don't know, we can actually, if we allow save and quit, we can actually skip the Doom Dragon fight. You can just get out of bounds at the area and run around out of bounds and find a tile that is basically just throwing the Mars star into the lighthouse, and you skip the Doom Dragon fight. But it's not useful in any category, because if you allow save and quit, you can get out of bounds in Ayers Rock and just write data, and you don't ever bother doing Mars Lighthouse, and we can't get out of bounds in no save and quit categories. So it's like this awesome skip that is just not ever useful, and it's so sad.
Yeah.
And it's like, how do you even come up with a category where you allow it? Where you allow it to happen?
Very specific criteria that people want to run or enjoy. That's what it's all about.
I guess any percent no memory manipulation would be the way to do it. But like, that's just Doom Dragon percent without the Doom Dragon. Like, what's the point?
There is a specific dialogue here at the end. It is one of our I did that wrong. That was supposed to be a no.
Oh, losing frames, no.
Losing frames. That was supposed to be a no.
We basically do the epilogue for that no because it saves time.
As I was talking about it, I just said yes.
As you were talking about it.
That's okay. A little bit. And time will end up here when the smiley face on Creighton pops up. So, and time. And hurrah! We did it, kind of.
Freeze frame. We did it. We made it through.
Yeah, good enough. Yeah, so that was Golden Sun: The Lost Age. No save and quit plus. Bunch of desk storages and getting Isaac.
And what does that save? An hour and a half.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Quite a bit of time. Yeah, I just want to give some shout-outs. Shout-outs to Ollie, who basically started writing this, and that's where a lot of the writing ideas already came from, just with a little twist on them. Shout-outs to my commentator, Conical, for joining me, even though it was kind of early over in the Down Under. And shout-outs to just the Golden Sun community as a whole. Just a great community, great place, lots of nice people. If anybody's interested in all that stuff, go check out our Golden Sun Speedrun Community Discord. There are lots of really great guides. This one's kind of new, so the guide for this isn't entirely put together yet, but the no save and quit category, which is very close to this, except for those big skips, has a 100-page document plus of notes, how to move through dungeons, how to take encounters, how to do all the different glitches, setups for those glitches, all kinds of great stuff, all put together by, I know Plexa did a lot of the work. I'm not sure if he had help from Regnitaris or some other people on that, but all just a great community overall. So just shout out for there. And shout out for GDQ for letting us show off 2 Golden Sun The Lost Age runs so close together for their 21st anniversary. You got anything, Conical?
Yeah, I'm just thanks for having us back, GDQ, and thanks for letting me do comms for you, Zadata. And also shout outs to Zadata for basically learning this run in 2 weeks. Like, he's spent sort of the best part of the last almost 2 weeks really learning how to do this speed run ever since they asked him to come back on, which is good. And learned pretty quick, and it, nothing went too horrifically wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
That's good. Yeah.
thank you both for being on, and I didn't realize it was such a short timeline on that, so thank you for learning it.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoy routing stuff, so this was a good experience.
Yeah, and it was a great run. I really enjoyed watching. Very informative. It was great all around. So thank you both so much for being on.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Maybe next time we'll do any percent.
Yeah.
Slowly getting past. So let's just do the 1 hour category.
Yep.
Just knock down an hour every time the game's on the hotfix.
Just about, yeah. Like Doom Dragon percent is just under 3 hours, and then any percent's just over 1 hour.
Well, we'll keep that in mind for the future. With that said, again, thank you both so much. We don't have anything else left for today, but tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m., we do have a 20... Oh, I should have double-checked the number. It's 20 or 25th or something, anniversary special of Knights of the Old Republic. So we've got the community showcased in a bunch of different categories and races, so be sure to tune in for that. With that said, we'll see you tomorrow, everybody.